All right, good morning everyone. Welcome to Open Market Prep. I hope you're having an amazing morning. Hopefully you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Happy Tuesday, Eamon, Peter. How are you guys today?
I'm great, thank you. Yeah, it's a good day here. Looking forward to another day of trading. Eamon, still happy to have you back, man. You're looking good. You're looking more rested than I would have thought, so that's good.
It's because I took a nap before the show. I did not look like this 30 minutes ago. I had this tiring face. I had a call with one of my mates. He told me, "Hey man, the lack of sleep shows on your face." And I was like, "Okay, if it shows on my face right now, and it was 1 p.m. at my time, it will show way more during the pre-market show. So I need that nap, and I need to take a shower and look fresh."
Is the little guy going to make a guest appearance at some point?
He will. He will.
Awesome.
We'll get him.
All right.
Tomorrow. We'll get it tomorrow.
We'll be looking forward
I need
to
to book it on his schedule. I need to ask him. You know.
Yeah,
how
of
it is
course.
with
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Life
It's not your
works on
call.
his schedule now. Yes, that's
Exactly.
True. Oh man. Oh yes. Oh yes. Friends, welcome. Quick look at our gap list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. As we kick things off here, you can always head over there, find tools just like this one, Market Atlas, retail, replay scanners, simulator, plus where we host our funded account. Which, by the way, guys, we had a winner yesterday. I went through all my emails from last week, and the winner from last week has not emailed me. So if you won last week, please send me a note. We'll love to give you your free funded account. So we'll love to hear from you. All right. Let's jump right in with you, Eamon. Let's start with Monday in 60 seconds.
All right, guys. So yesterday, I think, wasn't the best start. For the week, we had the S&P dropping almost 1%, Nasdaq 1.6%, the Dow lost around 138 points, and the Russell 2000 also finished lower. And the reason is clear. We all know it. It's oil. So yesterday, Trump brought back the Iran blockade and said that the US wants to be paid 20% on cargo moving through the Strait of Hormuz. So the US is saying right now, if we're protecting this road, we want to get paid for it. And that is what shocked the oil market, because a few weeks ago, the US was saying Iran should not charge any fees or tolls through the Strait of Hormuz. And now the US is proposing something that sounds very similar, but with the money going to Washington instead of Tehran. And you know what's the funny thing? The funny thing is that Iran was charging $2 million per cargo. The US is now charging approximately $32 million. So that's a bit too much for no tolls, right? Obviously, oil did not like that, because whether you call it a fee, a toll, or security payment, the market hears the same thing. Higher cost to move oil through the most important energy choke point in the world means the prices of everything are going to catch up with it. So oil jumped hard. I think we had West Texas Intermediate settling around $78. Brent was above $83. And that immediately brought the inflation fears back to the market. So yesterday, the energy stocks led the market because higher crude helps all these producers, but most of the rest of the market struggled and dumped to the downside. The tech struggled, the whole chip sector also was under pressure. And this is important because remember that chips or chip stocks have been the strongest part of the market. This is the part that kept pulling the market to all-time highs. And when chips lead higher, the market is happy, everything feels good. When chips lead lower, traders get nervous very quickly, especially when the valuations are already too high. So Monday was kind of a double hit. We had oil going up, chips going down. I think that's not a great combination unless your plan was to just buy energy and hide. So today we also got the bank reports. So like we said yesterday, Monday was mostly positioning. Nobody wanted to get too aggressive before JP Morgan, Goldman, Bank of America, Citi, and Wells Fargo reported. Now that the numbers are out, we might see some activity, and that takes us back to what to expect today. And today is a big one. This is probably most important scheduled morning of the summer. So far, we have CPI. We already had big bank earnings. Carlos, okay, good. Thank you so much. So we have Warsh going to Congress, and we still have oil and hormones hanging over everything. So today is kind of a mix of all the headlines and how they all fit together. The first thing is CPI. At 8:30, we'll get June inflation report. Peter is going to take us over that one once it's live. No pressure. It's just the most important inflation number of the month right in the middle of our show. Anyway, the setup is interesting. The headline CPI is expected to cool. Economics, they expect the price to dip slightly month over month simply because gasoline prices were lower in June. And the annual inflation rate could drop from 4.2 to 3.8%, which is good. I mean, that sounds good, but the market already knows why. This inflation is dropping because the gasoline prices went lower. And the gasoline prices went lower because June had a ceasefire window, which helped the prices to go lower. Now, the problem is that this is all data. Since then, the ceasefire broke again, the oil jumped, the Hormuz risk is back. So even if today's headline CPI looks good, traders might say, okay, but what about the next month? And that's basically the real issue because today's report tells us what happened when oil was low. And the market right now is trading what happens after the oil is starting to rise again. This is why core CPI will matter even more. The core will remove food and it will remove energy, and it will give us a better read on the actual inflation trend. If core CPI is soft, especially below 0.2% or around that area, the tech can catch a breath. The yields could ease, and the market can say that the inflation is still moving in the right direction. But if core is hot, then the headline relief is not going to be that important because the Fed does not want to hear inflation is better only because gasoline temporarily fell. It's it's not the best victory lap. It's similar to winning a race simply because the other guy stopped for gas. The second big event for today is bank earnings. I believe we already had the reports, and the reports were actually amazing. All the banks beat. The numbers were good, but we still can see that everything gapped down. I didn't dive too deep into this, but I managed to catch the fact that JP Morgan raised its expenses forecast to 2026, and probably the market did not love that. We know that banks usually beat, but it's not only about beating, it's also about expenses, it's also about future forecasts, and that's what matters the most when we have earnings. The third important event today is Warsh. At 10 a.m., he will be giving his first semi-annual testimony before the Congress, and this will be happening after the CPI numbers. And this is really important. Why? CPI will give us the data, and Warsh will give us the interpretation. It's basically the same number and a different Fed tone, completely different market reaction. If CPI is soft and Warsh sounds patient, that will be good for the market. The market can recover some of the Monday losses, and we might see some sort of rally. But if CPI is sticky and Warsh sounds hawkish, that will probably be a bear case, and because the yields will go higher, the tech will keep staying under the pressure. And remember this, Warsh does not like giving market clear guidance. He already said that. He skipped his own dot in June, so investors will be listening very carefully to his tone and what he's saying. This is why the testimony is important. It will not give us a new policy signal directly, but it can still move the yields. So yeah, that's it basically for today. I think that's a good summary for what we have today. Now let's go to Peter. Anything else interesting in the economic calendar?
No, you pretty much covered it. I mean, the CPI and for whatever reason, I don't have Warsh listed here, but I did check another source, and absolutely, we do have a 10 a.m. Presentation where he's speaking before I've got it over here, where he's speaking before the House Financial Services Committee. So, as you said, Eamon, it's really the first opportunity to sort of have him talk formally, I guess, in his role. With the interview or the press conference, I guess he did with his first rate announcement is one thing. This is him, so one of those testifying situations. And normally the market doesn't really care too much about these. However, this is like you said, probably a special one, and especially when the CPI number, which is important but is likely to be ignored, like you've already pointed out. It is expected to show some contraction at a negative 0.1%. That's the forecast. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the number comes in at, right? It could come in better, it could come in slightly worse. I still think that the market, like you said, is going to be looking forward to say, well, what is really happening in the Strait, and what do we expect in this coming month, and what is that going to mean for the economy? I think layered on top of that, of course, is the earnings that are starting. You mentioned the banks. The banks typically do this. We'll talk about it a little bit later, where they can have good earnings. You always expect good earnings out of the bank, but still gap down. I think also IBM gave a picture of their earnings, which, as you pointed out, when the chip sector gets nervous, starts to see contraction, the whole market gets nervous. IBM didn't do much to calm those nerves. In fact, I think they made it worse, and it is gapping down big time. We'll cover that as we get to the gappers list. So let's start with the gap up. I actually don't even have my gap up list, Carlos, but I got to imagine it's pretty light today.
It's actually a little bit more last stronger than I thought it was going to be. Okay. So here's our gappers list today. Not big numbers though. You got the between 2 and 3. You got more than half the list, right? So and it's made up of our usual suspects: AVGO, Intel, MU, AMD, MRVO, and SanDisk. I mean, if you count the times these guys are in our list, either gapping up or down, it's 10 out of like probably 7 out of 10, right? They're always on here. So true. It's big in that sense, but it's not massively huge as far as the regular stuff, right? That's not always on here. But yeah, let's start here, guys. Let's start with the gap up list this morning, brought to you by Trading Terminal. Good morning to everyone again on YouTube. If you're joining us, good morning on X. We're live there as well. And also, of course, to our members in chat. I see Mike, Jared, Manfred in the house, Kevin, Ross, and everybody else on there. Chip, welcome, guys. Good to have you on deck. All right, let's jump in here. Let's start with the first one. SHPH. This is lower price stock. I'm surprised it made our list under $5 here. Okay, went above 5 for a second. Up 66%, 21 million shares traded. So we got a ton of volume on this thing, Peter. And it's a shuttle pharmaceutical. So flying off the shelf here this morning. I mean, it is massive with the amount of volume they're getting. And if you look at the daily, a few days ago, they had the same thing when they gapped up to about 580 and then sold off the entire market open. Today, they're doing the same, pre-market looking very active. Although this time, the action started after hours last night. So you got the push up there. It is, I lost the flow here. I just had it, but it disappeared off my list.
I see. Not sure what 600,000.
600,000
wow. Shares. It doesn't look like it's
thousands,
that deep.
not millions. 600,000. That's tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and this is like, I don't know. I don't love the news, this type of news. It's a pharmaceutical company, but the news is not about a drug trial. It's really just they've got a big, deep-pocketed investor, HRT Financial. They decided to take a little over a 10% stake, but a 10% stake, which means that they're only having to take about 60,000 shares. But don't get me wrong. I mean, it's still 60,000 shares, but that's only a couple of Andrews. So we're not talking about that big of a size for a major financial company to take here. So anyways, it's moving up on the fact that a large investor wants to jump in, but I'm not terribly impressed, frankly, because it's not that deep of an investment, in my opinion. I mean, anyways, it is what it is. But
yeah, doesn't seem
60,000 shares. Yeah, so like $3 million, right? Like they're not having to, dig too deep to take a major stake in this company.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, the volume is impressive though. 22 million shares traded. I know it's a low price at $5. The volume is still impressive.
This has got to be. It's memeing here because I mean it's really Like the float is low, but we're flipping it over very, very quickly here. I'm just watching the shares. It's got volume. It's definitely
Hmm.
moving. But let's see if it continues, because if you look, this volume really only started around not that long ago, right? Just about 10 to 8. So we're only about 25 minutes in. It could sort of die off quickly. We'll see what happens.
All right, we'll see what takes place here. But definitely in play for those potential low flow traders. This could be one. This could be one that can be
Could
active.
be.
But again, the volume is there. Let's look. See, so it keeps coming on and off our list. If you see that, it's every time it goes above $5, comes back on. When it goes below $5, goes back off. So a quick reminder that my scanners, and you could edit this right in tradingterminal.com. You can edit your criteria, your filters. I do have a filter for anything under $5 that it goes away. Anything under $5 is not going to show up on this list, right? Just to avoid some of the penny type stocks, stuff that moves but it's not really in play. Avoid them, clogging up the list here. CLSK is next. This is Clean Spark. Nice gap up this morning, 6 a.m. We got something happening here all the way up to 1520, 1540 actually. Back down to 1414. And I can't remember what's the last time we seriously consider any of the Bitcoin type plays. I'm looking at Mara. Same thing with Mara. Papa 6 a.m. earlier today. I'm trying to see what else is on here. MSTR. MSTR is Bitcoin, right? As well. They're focused on it. I believe it is, but I don't see anything happening there. So CleanSpark is the one leading the way. Peter, anything good for them this morning?
They got news that a big tech client, a high investment grade global technology company, that's all they're saying, whose identity has not been disclosed, has agreed to lease all of their 885 megawatt data center in. Wait a second. In Texas. So because I was looking at Sandersville, Georgia, I guess they've got a couple of data centers. Anyways, they got this big facility in Texas, and then they got one in Sandersville, Georgia, which is a little bit smaller. So but yes, a big tenant whose name has not been disclosed is leasing their large data center in Texas, and that's good news for them, right? Because a big long-term lease means that they've got a good revenue stream. Again, assuming that the tenant itself doesn't go bankrupt. But I think that's why they've purposely kept the name private, but called it a high investment grade global technology company to try and convince the market, right? Don't worry, they'll be here for the long term. They're good for the contract. So, anyways, it seems to be working as the stock is moving higher. This has been on and off our list many times in the past. Today might be a good day for it. I don't know. The volume's relatively consistent, but fairly slow right now. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of volume. I'm just watching the time and sales. It's not ticking over that quickly. So, I don't know. I'd be inclined to like it, but now that I'm watching the shares move, it's a little slow and choppy. So, anyways, maybe it'll pick up as we get closer to the open. The news is not bad, right? I mean, it's good news, and I like the daily chart because they really have room to the top side to move if the market decides that this is good enough news to push the stock price higher. I mean, it's already up 16%, but we'll see where it could go. It is only a $14 stock, right? And it closed at $12 yesterday, so it could easily add another $2 to $3 today, I would think. Without breaking too much of a sweat. I mean, in fact, this morning, what's the high it hit? 1540?
1540, yeah.
So you got another, I mean, there shows right there. There's at least another dollar of topside that we could seek to achieve. So,
Volume is definitely there at 4 million. I can't recall when we saw Clean Spark trade as well. So, you know what? It might not stay there, but yes, I am going to add Clean Spark to the primary list. It's been a long time since we've seen this on our list, but looks good today. It might not stay in the primary, but let's see what happens because this list is pretty big today, and I got some names I really want to get to, like IBM. You guys are mentioning it in the chat. I want to get to it when we get to the gap down, but you guys seem very excited about it, so I can't wait to hear what's going on there. All right, let's see. I'm excited. I'm gonna add it to my list already. I don't know what's happening, but it's down 22%, so it's getting interesting. All right, let's continue on the gap up so far. RAM, we know this is the ETFs. We're not gonna focus on that. AXTI this morning. We've seen this before. Today we're up 6.15, 457,000 shares traded. They don't trade a lot of volume on the daily. Look at that. They don't trade a whole lot of volume, around 12 million, I'll call it, maybe 15. But they can move. So it's a stock that with low volume can still give you a $20 day at times, right? Today up 6.2, right? $3 from the close. So it's making our list here. As far as intraday action, though, it's a little bit tougher. Yesterday, it's I won't give it too much credit. A lot of stuff sold off and was great yesterday. I mean, almost everything besides Apple sold off that I was watching at least. So I'm not sure how they're going to trade today, Peter. Maybe the news can help us decide whether we add it or not. Doesn't look great in pre-market.
Well, they're higher because the entire chip sector is a little bit higher this morning. And I think the whole chip sector is higher because, we sort of had a nothing to down day yesterday. Like we sort of ended pushing downwards on most of the chip sector. And I think today we're just seeing a little bit of a recovery, which is causing the bounce. AXTI's caught in that bounce because they actually have bad news. They had I don't know if it's bad news, but it's bad news for the North American market. They have a subsidiary called Tongmei, which is supposed to try and get its own listing on the market, and decided instead that they were going to move that to the Hong Kong exchange. So they said, you know what, we don't want to list in the U.S. So they withdrew their application and instead are deciding to list in Hong Kong. So that would be seen as a negative for the North American listing of the parent company stock AXTI here. But I said this thing is being buoyed by the market overall. So I don't like the volume on it. It's not one of the ones I would go to. We could just cover this whole sector generally because I mean they're all moving up and a decent amount, I must say. Most of the sector, again, pick your favorites. We got everywhere from 2 to 7%, depending which stock you look at out there. With oddly one of the leaders being our new IPO listing, SKHY, which. It's on the list. So that was one that we were watching yesterday, right? And it didn't. I don't know. It wasn't that easy to trade yesterday. It did make some moves, but it wasn't that easy to trade. But today it's actually gapping higher after opening lower yesterday and then sort of holding that stance. So we'll see what it does today. Again, this is only the second full day of trading, third day of being on the market. So we still don't have a lot of data to figure out what SK Hynix is really about. So. But, we're learning as we go. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'll also keep an eye on the usuals, right? NVDA, AMD. But AXTI, no, probably not. Marvell, though, is interesting. I do like Marvell a little bit more, how it's been moving recently. So, again, I don't have any particular, reason to believe it's going to move today. But if the sector moves, it's going to move. So, there you go.
Yeah. And Marvell is actually moving up pretty well here, 3.6, got some volume. And again, this stock can move well. We've seen it plenty of times do some pretty cool stuff. All right, heading back to our gap up list. Fuel Cell is always on this list. Never a great trader, though. Always on this list. Is on it again today. I'm not interested in it. It's up 7.2, 272,000 shares traded. It tends to do this with very light volume in the pre-market. So again, I just usually end up skipping it. I will probably be doing the same today. Here's yesterday's action. Again, didn't look all that exciting. So I'm going to skip on it, Peter, unless you have something to share.
No, they got an analyst upgrade, whatever. But
yeah.
Other than that, I don't really see any news. So, we can move on.
We can move on. Now, towards the bottom of this list, we start seeing some of the stuff we were talking about, right? MRVL. We have SKHY. And then we start getting into SanDisk, MU, AMD, Intel, NIBS, which is not top usual suspects, but we've seen them. We had our fair share of watching the stock and trading it as well, and AVGO, right? So somewhat close to usual suspects, if not usual suspects.
All
Peter,
chips.
Yeah, out of that, anything you like this morning that you're going to be watching? I know AMD has been a little bit tougher to trade, but anything else that sticks out to you?
like I said, I'm gonna stick to my knitting, stick to the usuals, right? NVIDIA, even if AMD is tougher, I still like to watch that. I said Marvell is sneaking on to my list just because it's more consistent, and then SK Hynix. I mean, that's enough, right? That's a bunch in the sector.
Yeah.
But there's just so many targets now. Like think of like 2 years ago. We could, probably jointly, we could all name, three or four chip companies. Now we know so many of them, right? So there's lots of targets to be able to talk about. Pick whichever you want. Even SMCI, right? I mean, it's not really a chip company per se, but I put it in the same bucket anyways because it seems to move with that sector. So in any event, you guys already know how I feel about SMCI. But yeah, and then if you want the memory companies, the SanDisk, and I even saw what was the other one? What's on your list, Carlos? There's a G. It starts with a G. Why can't I remember it right now? Uh,
G.
so-
G?
what's
No.
on your list? I don't see it on my list, but I saw it on yours.
Oh, on the Gappers list. Okay, okay,
On
hold
the
on.
Gappers list. Yeah, yeah.
GLW?
GLW. Yeah. So, which is not one that we normally talk about because that's Corning, right? And they're involved. They're not semis, but they're involved often with the AI boom because of the fiber optic cables that they make. So they've been starting to move a little bit more with this sector. You get all these and sundry businesses that do optical networking, that do obviously memory chips that we're familiar with, and of course the core chip sector, it all sort of moving with AI, and then the data centers like we saw with Clean Spark. God, I always get that
Yeah.
wrong. Anyways, CLSK.
I got you. I got you. All right, friends, we got 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes to the market, to the engineering the markets when Jared takes
Yeah.
over the chat room there. With you guys, if you want to see Jared live, head over to bearwithtrades.com and you can see him. But Eamon, I think we can sneak in our feature story for today, and then we'll start looking at our gap down list.
Sure. Well, for today, the feature story is the 20% toll. So, and it's back to the Strait of Hormuz. This is a big one because it changes the whole inflation story one more time. Trump announced that the US is reinstating the Iran blockade. He also said the US wants to be reimbursed 20% on cargo moving through the Strait of Hormuz. So basically, the world's most important oil choke point just got a service fee. It had it already, but at least it was cheap. Now it's 10 to 15 times higher. And to be fair, this is not the kind of subscription that the market wanted to hear. So the wording here is also important. The blockade is aimed at Iran. The US says that the neutral ships going to and from the Iranian destination should still be able to pass. So this is not the same as saying every ship in the strait is blocked, but the market did not care about the legal details. It heard these words: 20% charge, Hormuz, oil, inflation. That's what the market heard, and that was enough to get the oil to jump higher. Energy stocks were basically the only part of the market that looked happy yesterday. And the reason this is important is simple. For the last few weeks, the bulls were trying to build a cleaner inflation story. Oil cooled, the gas is, the war premium was fading, and maybe the Fed would get some breathing room. Then we got this headline: a 20% charge on cargo through Hormuz, and obviously it means that this is more inflationary, especially if it holds. If shipping costs rise there, or if insurance costs rise, or if tankers slow down through the strait, that cost can move into crude. And if it moves into crude, it will move into gasoline, and after that into transportation, then into everything else. And obviously, the one who is going to be paying for all of these is me, you, the customers in general. This is why this came at the worst possible time. Warsh is about to testify, and the market is already trying to figure out whether inflation is cooling or heating back up. The other important part is the reversal and the change in speech. I mean, a few weeks ago, most of you remember that the US position was basically no tolls, no fees. Hormuz is an international waterway and it needs to stay free. Rubio literally said that no country should charge money to pass through it. And the US was demanding that Iran keep all the lanes open with no tolls. And now Trump is saying that the US wants to be paid 20% to secure the strait. And for the context, guys, 20% is around $16 million if the tanker carries around 1 million barrels, and it will be around $32 million if it's 2 million barrel tanker. So we know that market loves stability and loves fixed rules. And right now, the game keeps changing. This is why the Oman proposal is important. It proposed two corridor solution, uh, southern through Oman and northern through the Iranian waters. So the goal here is simple. Oil keeps moving, avoid all the tolls, give both sides some phase saving structure, and that's probably the cleanest path out of this because the practical question is still very difficult. I mean, think about it. How will you actually enforce a 20% charge? Who will pay for it? How will it be collected? Does it apply to all cargo or only certain shipments? I mean, what happens if the ships just turn off the transponders and pass through it? What happens if Iran refuses to recognize it? I mean, those are not small details. These are really big details. So it could be some bargaining chip that the US wants to use in the next negotiations. But still, whether it is a bargaining chip or not, it will bring the inflation risk back onto the table. Now, the CPI numbers are out. Maybe Peter can walk us through them.
That
Let's
they
do that,
are,
Peter.
and interesting. They're I find it interesting their color coding sometimes because this is like, shouldn't this be better than expected? Anyways, the CPI number came in and it was a contraction 0.4% versus 0.1. And as we said, we know the cause. It's oil prices. Oil prices are what are going down, and that's what caused it. And you can see it's caused better than expected numbers everywhere. But again, this for whatever reason they think it's a negative thing. But yeah. So again, as expected, keeping an eye on the market here. We're seeing, interestingly, a surprisingly positive market reaction. So, like I said, that number to me strikes me as better than expected. I didn't think the market was going to react all that much because it was already expecting this. But here we go. We get a little bit of a pop up. Let's see if it'll hold over the next few minutes. The SPY and the Qs moving up a couple percent here. So, well, about a percent, I guess, in each case. So. Anyways, that's not a bad thing. And like I said, we'll see if it holds. Don't forget. Oh, by the way, the next economic event, we'll just mention it now since we're here. 10 a.m. So keep that in mind. 10 a.m. when we get Warsh hitting again. It might not be right 10 a.m. right because it's going to be based on the questions you get asked. They got to get settled and say welcome, and then they'll ask them questions. They'll probably start with some easy ones, and then it'll get tough. So it'll be sometime after 10 if the market's going to react to his comments, that it will start to react. So keep that in mind. Anyways, if you're trading this morning, between about 10 and 11:30. That's likely the time frame that his comments will be on. All right. Okay. So engineering the markets is good to go. We'll hand over to Jared in the Bearable Trading chat room and continue with all of our friends on YouTube who are hitting the thumbs up button, right? Yes.
Take care,
And
guys.
X.
Catch you a little bit later.
Can't forget X.
Cannot forget X. X is like the
Everybody in
VIP area, man. VIP lounge over in X.
Okay.
All right, friends, let's get to it. So as far as the gap up, again, continues to grow. Look at that, massive now. I mean, there's just everything on here. NVIDIA, SMCI, I almost said Reddit, but this is Redwire. You name it, is here. So CoreWeave is just massive now. So pick your favorites. But there seems to be more drama on the gap down. So let's go to the gap down, see what's going on here. Starting with our IBM ticker, with a massive drop this morning. You guys been talking about it in chat. I have not looked up the news on this. But look at this, down 21%. Started going around 7 a.m. Big drop to 245 and then continuing all the way down to 217. Trying to find a foothold here, but we'll see where this goes. Peter, not such a good start for IBM. And if you look at the daily, they've been active. Like, if you look at the daily, it's like, okay, it's not that bad. You're back to where you were just a month and a half ago. So you just erased what you did a month and a half ago. It's not that bad, though. But let's see the story, Peter. What's going on with you? Who's getting fired?
No, but you know how the market's got a short-term memory, so they don't look at it that way. They're looking at the 20% drop. The sky is falling. Anyways, but yeah, IBM basically issued a profit warning for Q2. So the preliminary Q2 data shows that they're going to be below revenue and below earnings. They said that they're seeing their clients, and I think it's more the commentary and the reason behind it that's most concerning to the market. They basically said they're seeing a lot of clients shift money from services into capex, and specifically into memory chips. So they anticipated some of that, but they didn't anticipate the depth to which clients are going to need to be moving some of their budgetary spend into capital. So, probably shouldn't be a surprise to us, right? We've been talking about this forever, how chips are more expensive. We've already seen consumer-based chip products go higher, right? With Apple and Microsoft increasing the cost of some of their products, like the Xbox and the Apple, I can't remember their Studio PC, whatever device. Um, so we know that that's an impact, and of course, it's going to impact corporations the same. They've got to pay more, right, for the memory chips that they need and the computer and systems upgrades, and they have budgets that they've got to stick to. So if you have no choice but to pay the toll on the chips, that means that you're going to have to take the money out of your services spending. So IBM, of course, is a big services company because they sold off a lot of their hardware, right, manufacturing divisions before. That has a big impact. Now they're still a reseller, but they don't, the margins are lower for them on that than on the services, which is always much more lucrative. So yeah, the IBM story is one that's got the market very concerned, and you can imagine, right? So what are the other services companies who've got to worry about? Well, think of everybody that's providing large scale service software or services. That could be where the money comes from. And remember, we already had one big blow to this sector last week when Starbucks mentioned that they were looking at potentially going to some AI generated tool sets to eliminate their services. And we had a whole whack of companies, including IBM, who all provide support to Starbucks, see the hit, right? Microsoft went down. What am I trying to say? Salesforce went down. There was and it was a whole bunch of companies that dropped on the speculation that Starbucks might actually move to an AI system. So think of how if you're running a big services or software company right now, the news isn't good surrounding your company. Even if your prospects are good, there's a lot of concern, and IBM just made it worse. So that's why it's down so significantly, leading our list today. I think, Carlos, we probably got to keep an eye at this at the open. I honestly don't know. Is it going to recover some of this? Is it going to get worse? That's a big drop. I mean, IBM's, a major company, and to lose 22% pre-market, it just shaved, I mean, a fifth of its value off, right? So for a $200 billion market cap company, it lost a lot. It was a $250
Yeah.
billion market cap company yesterday. So, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, that is pretty significant. I will add it here to my list, friends. Obviously, clearly in play today, down huge. Great volume, 4.6. They normally don't trade a whole lot of volume. We saw an increase in volume back in June, and you saw how well that moved. So today we're clearly already doing the same amount of volume we did yesterday and the day before as far as trading the entire day. So worth adding to our list this morning. Going to put IBM right on here. All right, going back to our gap down list, friends, we do have V. This is the one we were talking about this in chat, in our members chat yesterday. This is the one that went up, went parabolic all the way up to 30 something, 36, and then slamming back down. Today, second day down 17%. Twin V Power Cats. These are like boat engines. What are these? Twin V Power Cats. Sounds like some speed boat engines. I don't know, motors. I'm not sure, but they're down. They're down big today. Again, low flow stock that went up huge. The shares 1.8 million shares. So again, not really tradable. And second days are usually tough, so be very, very careful on this one.
Yeah, it's Twin V. It seems like they make boats more than the engines. They make boats.
Oh,
so
nice. That's a good guess. For real? You serious?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're right. So you were
Okay.
pretty
Oh,
close. I
pretty
mean, so
close.
yes, they basically have I think it's called the Twin V because their typical boat design is sort of like a catamaran design where they've got the hollow center and the fins at the side. Not as extreme as a catamaran, but that's sort of their general model. So, anyways, you go to their website, you can see all sorts
Uh,
of pretty
yeah.
boats. So, but
Okay.
fishing type boats, like not we're not talking like ocean liners or
Luxury.
the giant luxury boats. It's
Yeah.
more yeah fishing type boats. And as I said, they've got this twin hull design that I think that is their signature
Yeah.
thing. So, why are they gapping down? Well, it looks like they have a merger on the horizon, and they say it's a definitive merger, so it looks like it's going to happen with USFM Corporation, and they're going to be separating out some of their businesses. It feels like the market is not either doesn't understand this or doesn't like it, one or the other. Yeah, V is gapping down here. So and it is a little bit confusing because if you're a current shareholder of Twin V Power Cats, you're going to get this non-transferable CVR, which is which is again this CVR. I don't even know. It's what is a CVR? Anyways, it's some type of stock thing. Anyways, basically you're going to be locked in for a little while on this
Mm.
split up of the company and selling off of their marine division, and it just makes it a little more complicated. So, is it tradable? My guess would be no. I don't think that V. There's a lot of E's in there. Is going to be a tradable entity today.
Yeah, I'm definitely skipping it. Looks very messy this morning. Continuing here now, we have you spoke about this a little bit already. Now CRM,
Yeah.
SAP. I mean, they're
Yeah.
all down here.
Even Accenture, you
Microsoft.
see Accenture on the list, ACN, SAP.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
like I said, you got to be worried. It's really these are all sympathy because of the
yeah.
IBM news. Again, everybody that's got a big software or services business is gapping down. And like you pointed out, right, if the whole list is dominated, ServiceNow, Accenture, CRM, SAP, even PLTR, Microsoft. The trade desk, right? I mean, I think all of these companies are largely here because of the IBM news. So,
Yeah, yeah. So pick your favorites. And normally these don't trade all that well. But today could be different, right? Today could be different. If you look at SAP, it's got some volume, 379,000. These guys only trade about 3 million a day. So to see 379 in the pre-market already on New York Stock Exchange tells you the stock is in play. So if that is your thing, go for it. But I think IBM is the best one out of all of this. Sometimes we see CRM do some stuff. How about Oracle? Is Oracle involved in the madness? They are, but they actually are the.
yeah.
It's IBM and then these guys today. These guys, they get great value. Look at that, 2.4 million so far. They're just not hitting our list because they're not down too much. They're only down 1.6. They're not hitting that 2%. But I'll tell you this: if I had to pick between IBM and Oracle, I probably would pick Oracle. But IBM is the king today with the news, obviously. But Oracle can trade very well. So if you want a secondary one, if you want some options, I think Oracle could be a really, really good one. And I am going to add Oracle to my secondary list, right? Because clearly IBM hosts the news, but I think Oracle is a good secondary option on there as well. Bargain, I don't know, is it a bargain? Or is the fun over with software companies and everybody's doing their own thing? It's just using ChatGPT. I don't know. I don't know.
We know how you feel. Well, what did you've
I think
told
the
us
end
how
is
you
coming.
feel.
I think the end is coming
Yeah.
for these type software companies. I mean, me and Eamon, before we went on live, we are talking about some of the stuff you're doing, Eamon. I'm not gonna spill the beans, but you're doing some massive programming stuff with you and just a couple of agents. This would have cost you thousands of dollars if you were to
Literally.
hire someone. So it's the new world, man. It's the new world. You guys know how I feel. I think these companies are gonna be in for a rude awakening. But friends, before
You
we
know
get
how
into all
people, some
that,
people are saying,
yeah.
you know how some people are saying that we're just be the what we have right now, or the abilities that
Mm-hmm.
we have right now from the AI, just to get a taste out of it, get us hooked to
Yeah.
it, and then just charge us way more for it. And that could be partially true for especially for those people who are actively using AI. they probably know how much money you are being saved. Even if you're paying the max subscription to Cloud, which is $200 or anywhere else, you're literally saving thousands of dollars and you're saving a lot of time. So I will not be
Yeah.
surprised if that's where it's headed in the future.
It won't shock me. Friends over on YouTube and X, hit that thumbs up. As you guys know, we're sponsored by TradingTerminal.com and also Peter Donnelly's Canadian Whiskey. You can see here on screen. That is one of our official sponsors of the show. So make sure you pick one up at your local Canadian
Peter,
store.
you didn't tell us.
What the?
Yeah,
what
Peter
the heck?
on his own just started his own
Peter just started his
Canadian
own
whiskey,
business.
and I found it
second.
online.
Who's licensing my name? But somebody created this because first off, the name's spelled wrong, and the bottle says Dieter. Dieter.
Yeah,
Dieter
yeah,
Donnelly.
you can tell. Yeah, they didn't do
going
the
on
P
with that?
correctly. Yeah.
That's
happening?
that's some horrible AI used there.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
it's
that's
okay, it's
that's
good.
that's horrible free Chat GPT. But I like the colors it did in the other one, and the other one they
like
actually
that.
got the name right. I like the color it did in this one, but I don't have this one. Small batch, 8 years. I mean, it's just love it.
Wow.
All right, friends.
Okay, look at me.
Let's
Look at me
yeah.
go. I have no idea. Okay.
All right, let's
I
continue.
think we need to talk
Yeah.
about the banks because they're only gapping down a little bit, which is why they don't make
Yeah.
our list. Most of them are down less than 2%, but they're down. And the banks all and it's sort of an interesting story, I think, with the banks right now, Carlos and Eamon, which is that the banks record profits again, like Citigroup, for example. Citigroup, Carlos, it's a big established bank, right?
Yeah,
Like they've
yeah.
been around for a long time. Their quarter over quarter, like this quarter compared to the same quarter last year, 45% increase in profitability, in bottom line earnings. That should make you feel mad if you're a customer, I would think. Anyways, they're making so much money. Most of the banks made a ton of money off of most of the money came off of two main of their business areas. First is trading revenue. Their trading floors made just gobs of money. Like in quarter, JP Morgan, for example, made $6 billion off of their trading activities in this quarter, in the last 3 months. That's their profit, $6 billion. Anyways, that's their revenue, I guess, in that case. But still, most of that was clear profit. And whose pocket does that come out of? Well, they're taken from investment funds and from, they're making money. Anyways, on the trades. And the second area is off of their credit card services. So, remember we've talked about this when we talk retail, that we say, retail sales, we keep talking about people buying less things and there's a concern in the economy, and yet the total volume of sales is remaining stable. But when you dig into the details, people are buying paying more for fewer items. So they're buying less total items, but the total cost is higher. So therefore, the numbers look good at the top line. But we're also seeing that a lot of that is going on to credit, which means that we could be coming into a credit crunch. So the market is a little concerned right now. So despite the banks getting record profits, the fact that they're making off of trading services, which could disappear if we see a market downturn, and off of consumer credit with the credit cards, which again could be a problem when consumers start defaulting on those credit cards, and that's when that profit turns around on these credit card companies. That basically the market is pricing in that concern more than the record profits they just delivered. So anyways, banks made gobs and gobs of money, but are still, gapping down a little bit today. Tradable? Not usually. They're just, unfortunately, they're just not tradable. So at least in my opinion, it's not easy to trade the banks. But I do think that we need to be aware of it because it paints part of an overall picture. And I got to imagine it's going to enter into some of the questions that Warsh is going to face. Right? You've got to think that there's going to be somebody who's going to be asking about that. So we'll see how all of that goes. Don't forget, that's at 10 a.m. this morning is when Warsh starts his testimony in front of the House Financial Committee. What is it? The House Financial Services Committee? Yeah, there it is. We'll wait and see how the market reacts to that. It's going to be tough to discern a little bit because, again, it's not like 10 a.m. on the nose is what's going to happen. It's sometime after 10 a.m. There between 10 and the next 90 minutes, probably. So, anyways. keep all that in mind as you're trading
Yeah.
today.
Absolutely, guys. JP Morgan is one of the ones that's being talked about as well today. Again, the trading is where the money's being made. It's just incredible. So they're here. How well they're going to trade today as far for us, not sure. I don't see anything great on it, and we'll have to see. Comments. Yeah, this is reading some of the comments here saying that too bad they won't pay back the government for the bailouts that they did. Yeah, but those bailouts, the last bailout for JP Morgan, I think, was 2008. I think everybody was screwed 2008, right? And I have to imagine that the amount of taxes these guys are paying, the government should have like a side fund for how much taxes they're paying on what they make. It's just crazy.
So
how
you
much
support bank bailouts?
In 2008, I think it was necessary. I think it would have been worse if you didn't bail the banks.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you let all the banks go bad, I think we'll be in a worse situation than we are now. I agree. I agree.
I gotta say, I don't know. Look, this is just personal, and I am not American. As I keep saying, I'm Canadian. But in Canada, we have never had to bail out our banks ever, not once. So I think banking reform is warranted in the U.S. Do banks that are look at all the gobs of money they're making. Do they pay extra taxes? Do they pay back again the loans?
Mm-hmm.
No. Like you as a taxpayer are paying bank executives. I that would make me angry. I mean, you do in every country, but in the U.S. it feels like
I think you need to have a balance. For example, like you can have the growth that the U.S. has without having these type of banks. You got to decide what you want to do. You want to either not have the type of growth that the U.S. has and not bail out these banks, or do you want to have this? You got to take the good with the bad, right? You can't have it both ways. Though. That's one thing, Peter.
You can't have it both ways. The banks aren't driving the growth. The banks are siphoning that growth. Well, how do the banks create the growth?
Well, how do you think? How do we grow without lending out money? It's all about loans, homes. It's all about that.
But you can lend money. We lend money. Money. All countries in the world have money lending banks, but not every country's got to bail out their banks on a regular basis.
No, I agree with the not debating now. But for example, like the last bailout we had, yeah, we shouldn't have done it. Small banks, screw you. You screwed up. You risked too much. That's on you.
Yeah, but
2008 is a whole different story.
We could get into a big argument here, but the 2008 credit crisis, what was it? It was the subprime market housing crisis. Yeah. The banks created the crisis.
Yes,
they caused the problem.
I agree.
So anyways,
I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying is, although they caused the problem, so you think if you let all the banks fail and we lose all our money and everything, you think that would have been a better outcome?
No, what I'm suggesting is...
You think that would have been a better outcome at that point if the government did not step in and bail out JP Morgan where I keep my cash? You think that would have been a better outcome? Where you can go to the bank and not get your money out?
I think the banks should have insisted, the government should have put stricter requirements on the actual repayment terms.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And then
that did not happen.
Use that as an excuse to put in banking reforms. Unfortunately, the banking, they understand how the system works better than anybody because they created the system.
They created the mortgage. They created a system that gets us in trouble. I agree 100%.
Arguably,
but I'm asking you this, Peter. What I'm asking you is, I agree. I think we're saying the same thing differently. If the government did not bail out those banks in 2008, I'm not talking about the most recent one where it was only small banks that risk way too much. JP Morgan, everybody else, the big banks were okay. In fact, they were actually trying to help the smaller banks, right? Because they went too much on risk. But 2008, we all screwed up. The banks screwed up. Everybody was getting mortgages, not paying them back. We effed up. We know that for a fact. What I'm telling you is, though, so you think we would have been better off by not bailing out the banks? Now, just that answer, right? I think the answer should be yes. And I agree with you. Your answer is also yes as far as do better reforms going forward. Now, that part failed. But I think if you let these banks fail and not bail them out, we would have been in some serious trouble. I'll tell you that right now. For sure. But I agree with you. You should have had reform after that.
But you could have, there's different ways to have approached it. You could have said, hey, you're coming to the government to bail us out. Then, and I'm not for bigger government necessarily, but in that situation, why not say, we own you now. You want us to bail you out? The bank is now owned by the government. And that could have been a way they could have taken it. But I think that I agree with that. Something should have happened after that so it doesn't happen again. But if you did not bail these banks out,
I think we would have been in a worse situation. You know, so
It's easy for us to sit here and play junior economists, right? When
I
really,
I I agree. And again, 2008, I didn't even know there was a financial crisis. I was out buying cars and having a great time. So I worked for a Chinese company. We had no idea what was happening because China has so much money. It's just we didn't even know what was happening until like I started working with you guys. I'm like, oh, that happened.
Yeah.
I had no idea the SPY dropped so much in 2008. Oh
there
boy.
you go.
All right, friends. But great
Crazy
discussion,
stuff.
Peter.
Anyways.
Yep.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, the whole point was the banks had earnings. They made gobs of money. They're not tradable, unfortunately. So we got to trade the stuff that we can make money off of. That's what matters to us this morning. And we can make money off of semis. We can make money off of tech. And hopefully this morning we can make some money off of IBM. I'm going to be watching it to see what it does, but I just don't know exactly where it's going to go. And I'm watching this clean spark this morning, Carlos. I got to admit, I sort of like the way it's moving. I don't know if it's going to continue once the market opens, but so far this morning, it's been moving very nicely.
Let's just hope it doesn't let us down, man. We've seen this before, and it's a long time since I put that on my list. So let's hope that it does good for us here after the bell.
I can't say.
Yep.
Can I just say to one of the
Sure.
comments here, and I don't know how to say your name, but I'll just call you Doodoo because you're Samoy Doodoo 8104. I just don't understand why you're taking that option off the table for us.
I read the
I
options.
still think
I didn't see the comment. You want to read
he
it?
says he says if you were young girls, you could settle this with swimsuits and a mud bath. But unfortunately, you're elder dudes. I don't understand why that is not an option for us.
What are you trying to say? You trying to say I don't look good in mud? Like I feel offended.
I think we could.
I think we could pull this off. Why? You know what?
Yeah, I don't know. It's, all right. Anyways.
All right. Before we go any more south from here, let's go to Eamon. Eamon, we're happy to have this section back in our show. It's called the fun fact of the day. So,
this is the part I missed the most.
This is one of my favorites ones. You guys know. Looking forward to what you have for us today.
You see, guys, we just leave a little bit a little bit of the banking discussion that we had. I wanted to step in a few times, but there was a heated argument going, and I was sitting in the middle.
Yeah,
so I just
we were getting a little excited, weren't we? Yeah, sorry.
We were preparing you for this, Eamon. Yeah. So you better pick right here.
Well, I'll just give my small share into it because I didn't want to jump into it in the middle of the heated discussion. I mean, my view personally is that it was necessary, but it was not fair. That's it.
So
one sentence.
I think me and Peter both agree with that. I think we both agree with that. Yeah.
It was necessary, but it was not fair. That's it. All right, guys. So, fun fact for the day. Here are a few interesting ones. China exports jumped 27% in June from 1 year ago. And this is a huge number. The economists were expecting somewhere around 18%. So China did not just beat expectations. It literally just ran past them. And you know what's really interesting here? The timing. We have the war in the Persian Gulf, we have Hormuz headlines, we have oil spiking, and somehow China's exporting machine are still moving, and they're moving really well, right? That tells you something important about the whole global economy. It is messy, it is fragile in some places, but it is also very hard to stop. Goods are still moving, factories are still shipping, AI hardware demand is still strong, and the supply chains keep finding ways across all this chaos. I mean, basically the whole global trade looked at the Middle East headlines and said, yes, it is scary, but I still have invoices to send and I can find my way around it. It's really interesting how China keeps finding its way around, but that's the first thing. The second fun fact is the 20% number. We talked about it today, so I'm not going to go into much detail about it. Let's just put this 20% reimbursement in plain English. So roughly 20 million barrels of oil move through the Hormuz every single day, normally. And at around $80 per barrel, that would be around 1.6 billion worth of oil every day. And a 20% charge at that would be somewhere around $300 million. I mean, my math is just failing me right now. $320 million per day. And that's only on oil alone, right? Not per year, per day. $300 million. So this is just not a small security fee. This is not just pay your parking. payment, right? This is literally a massive number, and this is why oil reacted so aggressively. Because whether the charge is actually collectible or not, the market hears one single thing. Moving oil through the world's most important energy choke point just became so expensive. The strange part is that only a few weeks ago, and we talked about this, the US position was this: nobody should collect tolls around here, and it should be free. And right now, potential charge is somewhere around $300 million a day. And finally, today in history, which also fits perfectly, on July 14th, 1789, revolutionaries stormed the Bastille in Paris. And the Bastille was a prison, and it also was a fortress. But here is the funny part. There were only 7 prisoners inside, so the people were not storming it just to free the prisoners. They were storming it because they wanted gunpowder, and more importantly, they wanted what the Bastille represented. It was a symbol of the royal power, and once that symbol fell, the French Revolution had momentum. This is basically the connection to the markets today. Sometimes the symbol moves before the substance, so the 20% Hormuz charge may or may not be collected. Nobody knows exactly how it would work yet, but the symbol is powerful. It says that the fight over Hormuz is no longer just about whether ships can pass, it's about who controls the road, who protects it, and who gets paid from it. And the markets trade that symbol immediately. So oil does not wait for the legal paperwork, it does not wait for these tolls to be paid. It just saw the headline and it instantly moved. That's it for today, guys. Leaving you with Peter and Carlos for the rest of the show, and I will be back at 11 a.m. See ya.
Awesome, Eamon. Have a great trading day. We'll
Thanks,
see
Eamon.
you at 11 a.m. All right, sweet. Yeah, it's good to have Eamon back, man. He's a good important part of the show, man. Good to have him back. Definitely missed. All right, friends. Looking at our list here, I think I'm happy with my list. I gotta add maybe one more. I got CLSK, NVDA, MRVL. I have IBM secondary list, SKHY, and Oracle as a backup to IBM because I think Oracle. I know Oracle can get way more volume and trade a lot better. But again, IBM today leading the news. And if I look at IBM has 5.2, just curious how much volume. You see Oracle just has half of that. It's not even the one with the news. So it just tends to trade better, but definitely keeping a close eye on IBM. All right, friends, we got a couple of minutes. Let's go to you guys, see what you guys like this morning. Before we go to our announcements, let's take a look at what tickers you guys have on deck. You want us to take a look at. I saw someone mention they're trading they're done with their trading on this low flow ticker. Be very, very careful. LHAI. So this thing is more of a penny stock breaking out here. So nice that you were be able to trade that. So be very, very careful, guys. But good work there. What else do we have, friends? Let's see. All I see is bank comments. Bank and mud comments. Oh boy. That's interesting. That is very interesting. As we go to Iran, it's being mentioned by Dutch trader. Let's take a look here. Up 2.4, 1.2 million shares traded. Daily looks interesting. It's trying to hold some support here. This thing can move. I'll be honest, Dutch trader, man. Iran is on the list of stocks that I just don't trade well. And I know the community trades this stock very well because I've seen the trades from you guys. But it's on my Intel list. It's on my Intel list where another one that is just, I'm sorry, but I just can't trade these stocks well. The price action is very different. So not a bad one, but won't be on my list. Peter, not sure if you like any of those. I know Intel is not a fan favorite for you either.
No, not really. I mean, it actually looks good pre-market, but it often does look good pre-market. Not often. Sometimes it looks good pre-market when you get the whole sector moving, but it's still not enough to convince me. I mean, if you guys go all gaga over it, then maybe I'll watch it a little bit later. But yeah, I just been burned too many times, Carlos. There's been too many times where it looks good. You're like, yeah, let's go get this, and then it just just moves sideways on you, and I don't like it. So.
No, agreed. El Patron says he has this on his list as well. I'm saying Dutch trader. Yeah, keep it on your list. And I know El Patron likes Intel. It looks very interesting. I'm not saying we're not disagreeing with you. It does. We just don't trade them well. PLTR was mentioned earlier today too. So let's take a look at PLTR. Oh, I like this one. This is nice. Look at that pre-market action, guys. Down 5.4. 1.8 million shares traded. PLTR is defense, right? What happened to all these contracts they had? They were going to change the world with drones and all of this. What? We don't need them
Well,
anymore?
they are.
What's
Well,
happening?
they are changing the world, but it's it's in
A
ways
slow
that you may
process?
or may not like. It's a slow
Hmm.
process, and the question is, can they continue to grow at the pace that they had? Because once you've got all the U.S. contracts or all the contracts they're likely to get, then you either have to expand to other governments or convince the U.S. government to buy more. And I think the U.S. government's a little bit running out of cash. So
Yeah. I won't be surprised if some of these contracts you probably can sell to other governments if it's military
well,
stuff,
that's
right? I think that's
yeah. I
going to be
mean,
part of that.
yeah. I mean, it'd have to be allies of the U.S., I guess, right? And then they could
Oh,
on
yeah.
sell
True,
some of
true,
it,
true,
but
true.
but anyways, whatever. But you're right. I mean, if you look at the stock over the last 8 months, it hasn't been glorious. So it was looking really good in 2025, and then it hit that peak about when was it? Late October, early November, and
Yep.
then yeah, it's been sort of
Yep.
downhill ever since.
Some of the glory days are over. But for today, friends, looks good. It's going to be on my list, guys, down 5.3, 1.8 million shares traded so far. So I'm going to add it here next to IBM. So thank you for mentioning that one. PLTR is software. A good point. Yes, good point. Peter talked about this earlier. The software companies are taking a hit, so it is essentially software. They just do software on drone. I think it's drones, right? I think that's what they do. Yeah, software
Yeah, and
is.
it's sort of like data
Mhm.
analysis and yeah,
Yep.
a lot of AI type, sort of military grade AI work. So yeah,
Yeah,
there's
it's,
stuff going on there.
software
But
is.
again, they purposely don't tell you a lot of what they do because they don't really want the general public to know. It's big government contracts. They're they've been doing good at it for a while, but again, there's a point at which you just can't sell much more, right? So I
Yeah,
think they've
yeah,
sort of hit that point.
yeah. There you go. All right, friends. What else do we have here? PLTR is good. We got time for one more. AVGO. We did look at that one. AMD. You could look at AMD. We'll talk about it in a second. But AVGO is moving up 2.6, 1.1 million shares traded. I don't love it more than the stuff I have on my list already. But again, it is in place. Got great volume. So you can add it on here as well. Same thing goes for AMD. What I do like about AMD is it's similar to Apple. They're just hanging out here at their all-time highs, right? So they're very close to it. So that can become very, very interesting. But AMD has not been the easiest trader to watch. So I am going to go with NVIDIA instead. But AMD is a good one to keep an eye on as well on this one. So all right, with that, friends, head over to bearwoodtraders.com. If you haven't done so already, friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. It does help out the show a lot. It allows me and Peter to keep coming back here and debating over stuff we agree and disagree. So,
There you
so
go.
please hit that thumbs up. We really appreciate it. I'm going to do it myself because I have not done it yet. I was busy chatting with you guys. 158. There we go. Hit the button. Make that 159. So thank you so much for the support. Let's go to bearwoodtraders.com. We're going to hit the home button here and we'll take you right to oops, I just lost it, webinars. So go to webinars. Today is Tuesday. Click on webinars and you can see what's happening for this week. Today we'll focus on Tuesday.
Yes, Tuesday in the chat room we have the usual strategy. Why can't I say that word? Strategy. That word did not want to come out my mouth. That was sort of weird. And trade book sessions. And today we're going to focus on our single session for the evening with Gary today, who's going to be talking about the Camarilla pivot point system, how to use key price levels to identify high probability trades. It's something he does every single day. 8 p.m. is the time for that in the webinar room for all of our elite members. How do you become an elite member? Well, you go to bearbulltraders.com, you scroll down and see the different membership options. You can join either on the short term or the long term. Obviously, the longer term gives you the much better deal overall. And there's some really good deals in there. If you take a look at that inner circle, you get a ton of stuff. It's an investment, but it's an absolute lifelong investment that can keep you trading over the long term and give you all the tools that you need for your trading journey. So, check it out. We know you'll be impressed either with both the Bear Bull Traders community and with the P Capital Bootcamp, which you should consider. The Peak Capital Bootcamp can also be bought separately, just as a standalone activity to help and sort of accelerate your trading journey. It's a 3-month, pretty intensive course. The program, we keep you busy for sure, and give you more information than you can handle in terms of how to trade and how to get yourself moving. There's always benefits. Everybody that's taken it, I think, has found significant benefit in the boot camp. So check it out. That can be found at peakcapitaltrading.com. So go check that out at some point. And don't forget, thumbs up, baby. We love the thumbs up. It makes us feel warm and tingly, and it helps the growth of the channel. So if you can do that for us, we'd hugely appreciate it. All right, Carlos. With that, we still have lots of time. I thought we were a little rushed for time, but we still got 20 minutes.
No, we're good. We got some time. We're gonna get some levels in here, and we still got plenty of time. Actually, yeah. I thought I was running later for some reason, but no, we're actually pretty good. Yeah. We're actually pretty good.
Thought that apparently.
So anyway. Great comments in chat. But yes, guys, we've been enjoying the summer here in Jersey. So we're expecting some kind of heat wave. Peter, we were talking about this earlier too. That you might be seeing the same thing. So it's going to be hot again in the next couple of days. That should be a whole lot of fun. Stay cool and stay safe, of course. All right, let's get some levels in place. Then we'll see what our moderators are watching in chat. I'm just going to start putting my list together here. First one is CLSK. Let's see how this trades today. CLSK, we are looking at the high of the pre-market over at 1540 or so, just right below that. And then low of the pre-market, right where the previous day closes. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. I think you have a lot going on down here. Towards the top, there is a level within the high and the low, 1489. And then we also have this one here over at 1368. Now above, just in case we go back up to the pre-market highs, it gets a little messy here, but there is a level right over here, 1614. I think will be a good one as well. So that is Clean Spark. Again, we don't normally put it on the list because it has not been trading well. Today they got the volume, they got them 6.3 million, right? They got the gap up of 20%. So I think they're set up. They're set up to have a really great trading day. Let's hope the morning can be awesome. NVIDIA, I feel like I haven't watched NVIDIA in a long time. I haven't traded it in a long time. We traded Apple, some other stuff. Yesterday was, what was yesterday? SpaceX. But NVIDIA, we have not traded in a while. So let's see if it gives us any opportunities today. I have the pre-market 207.94. The low is down at 204.27. If you move to the left here, you have highs and lows. Doing a great job towards the bottom there and even towards the top. So I don't think you really need to add anything more on NVIDIA. Right where the price action is, there are a couple of days at that 206.64. I'm going to note that because there are a couple of days, if you look at this line here, that are touching that 206.64. So I'm going to mark it down just in case. Even pre-market right now, you can see a couple of touches on it as well. I think it's worth having there just in case. MRVL is another one that can trade very well. Today, they're moving nicely here, up 5.5. They're moving right into their highs and lows of the last two trading days. So I don't think you need to add a whole lot of levels on here. The low of the pre-market down at 218.88, just above the previous day close. And once you do that, I think you're really set. I mean, all these levels here are doing a really great job. So I don't think you need to add this and make it more complex than what it needs to be. Heading down to the big loser today, IBM. So IBM down 22%. I just couldn't think of anything else. But that sounds horrible. I know. But you know what? You're down 20%. I mean, what you expect, right? At least for today. You could be the big winner tomorrow, but today you're the big loser. 22% down this morning. 5.7 million shares traded. 217 is the low of the pre-market. 217.70 to be exact. And then if you look at this big daily candle here, big wick, so far at least you have the highs and lows of the last two trading days near the high of the pre-market. So man, big drop. But again, once you look at this daily, it's like, you gained 20% over a couple of days, not so long ago in May, right? So, are you going to go below this area of support? This will be the interesting part. Are we going to start, losing some ground here and go past some of these levels that we set back in middle of May, 214.41, and then around 212.54. There's so many levels here because we're going across so many days. I'm going to try to do my best to capture all of them. 225.60, 60 is a good one because you see all these days on here showing that support. Above that, the next one is going to be 233.19. I'm going to try to focus on some bigger levels. I don't want to mark all these levels. It's just a lot. 252.45. You got a couple of days slamming into that, changing direction as well. So I think that's worth noting. And then higher than that, we do have 269.35. I think that's all I'm going to do for now. Just pick the big ones. But man, there's this level here that's calling my name. 244.23. It'll be responsible of us not to mark that down. You can see how many days are slamming into that. It's worth noting that as well. So there you go. That is IBM. We'll see how this plays out at the market open. I mean, they're down pretty big. New York Stock Exchange, so you don't get the volume right away. You do got to wait a couple of minutes, like one or two sometimes. Here's PLTR, the last one on my primary list. Towards the top, you are set. I'm just going to mark down the high of the pre-market just below the previous day close at 129.41. The low of the day is over at 122.77, the low of the pre-market. And then if we move lower, you can start picking off some days here. It's going to be 119.68 and then also 116.10. I think that's more than good enough for PLTR. Great volume today, guys. 2 million shares traded. Thank you guys for calling it out over in chat. And we have it here ready to go. That's all I have, Peter. We still got plenty of time. Anything else we're missing? Anything you have on your list that maybe could be interesting?
No, we talked about everything that I'm listening. That I'm watching. Sorry, I have listening on my mind because I am actually listening in the background here while we're talking to that like rock and blues song that one of our members put together for us, Carlos.
Yes.
This thing is such
from
a
Sonos,
banger, man.
You're playing right into this.
I want to share with everybody because if it gets more plays, this is like such an awesome song. If you guys want just like a sort of rock and blues song about this morning show, it's pretty awesome.
It's pretty good.
Give credit to one of our Variable Trader members used some AI to put this thing together. It's an awesome song. Anyways,
it's the quality. If you hear the quality, the voice. I mean, this Suno. I think it's Suno is how you pronounce it. So I done some songs on Suno there for my son. I do some songs for my son, and I'll put stuff that he likes. When he listens to it, he's like, "Daddy, that's about me." It is so freaking awesome. But the quality, in a couple of minutes, it shoots out this song. So what many people do is they do the lyrics with ChatGPT, because ChatGPT for lyrics and writing is way better. Then you copy it over into Suno. You tell it, hey, I wanted the song to be a pop or a rock song or even Spanish merengue, like do bachata, like it's crazy. And he picks out this beat, and you could even say, make it sound like I'm trying to think of an artist. I don't know, Elton John, if that's your thing, or Taylor Swift, and he'll pick someone with that type of voice and style. And in minutes, Peter, it kicks out this song. It's crazy. It's crazy. So this is if you're wondering why there's chip shortage, is because we're spending time doing this. Not because we're trying to save the world and cure cancer. No, we're making music on Zuno and on ChatGPT. Oh my goodness. But it's so good, man. It's definitely very interesting and fun. But before you had to pay for that. There's this thing, I used to get these ads, especially for Valentine's, Peter. I'm sure you got them, where it's like, oh, create a song for your loved one.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that? Like, oh, send us your information about your loved one. They'll create a song. That company, you're dead. You're dead. Like, you're not going to survive, because once people get a hold of this, who's paying you hundreds of dollars to create a song when they could do it themselves for free? Well, not for free. There's a cost to it, but I'm sure they're very mad this business has come out with this. It's just incredible. So soon YouTube hosts will be replaced by AI. Well, it depends on the hosting platform, because there's a lot of restrictions on, you have to know that this thing was created with AI, right? You can't just do it. And I think they don't promote that as much, right? The AI stuff. So you got to be careful. And I was trying to figure out, how does this company make money? And the way they do it is, if you want to publish a song on YouTube, then you got to have a subscription, or else they own the copyright to the song, even though you created the lyrics and everything. Right. So I was like trying to figure out how they make money, because it's always about the money. Whereas follow the money, you find everything you need to know, and that's how they do it. They the copyright, they own it. So pretty cool stuff.
Well, maybe one day we'll be replaced by AI, and that I guess if that's what happens, then so be it. You enjoy.
Yeah,
Go
absolutely.
Enjoy virtual me. You
Yeah.
know?
Virtual Peter.
Then you can have us mud wrestling all you want, because all you have to do is suggest it, and the AI will make it
Yeah.
happen.
They were like, that sounds like a good idea.
There you go.
Oh man. There we go. AI
They
can't
can make the
replace
show
Carlos as long
happen
as he
from
has his Oh boy.
anywhere in the world.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you still haven't bought a chair yet? We haven't talked about that in weeks, but
Who brought this up? Frank?
Jesus Christ,
Frank.
somebody did.
Frank brought it up. Frank, please don't do that.
Don't remind him.
Oh, don't remind us. Don't remind
your wife.
everybody. Oh my god.
All right. Okay,
all right, Fritz,
I'm getting
we're good
ready
to
for the
go?
Open.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. Somebody mentioned Microsoft. I don't see. I mean, Microsoft. It's okay on most days. I don't see anything particularly interesting with it today. So, yeah, I don't. There's nothing. I mean, it's again brought down concerns over the services, software and services. That's a big part of the revenue stream. So, that can be a little bit of a concern. But Carlos, yeah, I don't. I'm going to stick to my list. I think. I don't know that the clean Spark is necessarily going to do anything today, but I've got it here just in case it does. IBM, it's tough to tell which direction it's going to go. Again, it's a big gap down in the morning, especially for a company the size and history of IBM. So 20 plus percent is a big gap. So we may actually see some recovery. And I do like SKHY actually of the semis. Oddly, I'm liking it as much as some of the others today. In fact, so but we'll see. I really don't know what's going to move. I am also conscious of the fact that we might need to get our trades in early because again, 10 a.m. is when we're going to see Warsh hit the podium, I guess, or the speaker's table as he is testifying before the Senate. House, or sorry, was it the House Financial Services? Sorry, the House Financial Services Committee. There you go. So I got to get that right. So that'll be again, that'll be a Q&A type thing. So I'm sure he's got some opening comments, which probably won't be much. It'll probably be a retread of some of what he said, I would think, in his first rate announcement. That he's, his view is that he wants the Fed to be providing less commentary publicly and more reactive to the markets rather than driving the markets. I'm sure the House will have some questions on that. They'll ask him some questions about the economy, which he's probably going to decline to answer if he sticks to the script that all previous Feds have generally stuck to. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the market does, but it could be a big wild card. I'm just assuming that it could do something strange. So
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, man, that was just reading some of the comments here. That was an awesome trade that Andrew took on agents. AGEN.
We're sitting on no chart here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me put it here. I was doing my watch. You type your watch list in the watch list. It just doesn't.
Oh, there you go.
Doesn't populate. But
yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that AGEN worked so well
Yeah.
from it. Is a low float, and like we said, we don't normally trade those. And just because of the risk involved. But Andrew traded it well yesterday. It gave him a great move, and as you can see, it was the only move of the day on the stock, really, right? And he caught that and made himself a ton of money from it. So we're not saying that you can't trade them. Absolutely, you can. You just got to know. That don't take that as say, well, this is what could happen every time. That's what worries me, right? People are going to look at that. And say, the same thing with Apple. Apple was a great trade. And I was like, oh, you got to worry about Apple, right? At that, I think it was 320 that it was approaching yesterday. And I'm like, it can often not get the number. And of course, it got all the way up to 323. I mean, it blew through 320 and kept going for another $3. But again, that's not the normal experience. Absolutely, it can happen. That's why people trade, and that's why it's so attractive, right? But you got to play the odds. At least that's what I do. Play the odds. Stick to the safe stuff. That's me, anyways. So SKHY.
Good to go.
Not in trading terminal.
Yeah, it's not showing in the train terminal yet. SKHY. This is a new ticker, so it probably takes a day or two to get it all set up. Yeah, what you mean it's not that new? IPO 2 days ago, Peter.
I would have thought they'd have it in there by now.
You want to argue about this too? Come on, let's go.
you want to fight? You want to fight me?
Oh
Sorry.
man, good stuff, good stuff.
Man.
All right, friends. But yeah, I'm sure developers are working on it. We'll get that in there. Looks good today, actually. Now that I'm looking at the pre-market action, do I have it on my list? I do have it on my list. Yes, I do. Okay, that looks good. I'm focused on CLSK at the open. Atlas seems bullish on it. All right. How's Apple? I saw somebody mention Apple, and that's another one that traded very well yesterday. Peter, I'm so glad me and you did not take that long. I mean, that short that we were thinking on Apple yesterday, because we would have been crushed on it. So we're thinking there's going to be a rejection up here of some sort. It's just going up against their all-time highs, and it did quite the opposite. Look at that great move all the way up here. Broke up nicely. So we'll see what it does today. It's pretty quiet right now. I don't see anything great on it at the moment. But it's Apple. We could throw on the list. We'll see what happens. I'll throw on the secondary list so we have it here. You just never know what they're going to do. So we'll put Apple right on here. And there we go. All right. Peter, what is our team watching today? Have you read those out? I don't think you have yet.
We have not. We haven't done that,
Okay,
actually.
let's do that.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. So I see both Andrew and Brian are live in the chat room getting ready to trade. Andrew, he's the guy that most people want, so we'll start right there. He's going to be watching PLTR, Micron, not one that we really talked about, but as always, it's in play. But AMD, SKHY, SanDisk, and IBM. So he's pretty heavy on the chips. And then he's got IBM in there. I agree. Well, generally with that list. Eamon is going to be watching IBM for a potential long, so he thinks it might be going up. Baba and Apple for potential shorts. I already mentioned to you guys my list. I am watching IBM. I'm going to watch Clear Spark, just Clean Spark. Damn it, I do it every time. Just in case, CLSK. But I'll also keep an eye on Tesla, SpaceX, NVIDIA, and SK Hynix. SKHY is the ticker. So Kyle. So also going to be watching SKHY, IBM, PLTR, and IonQ. So there you go. So that's what he's got. And that's it for this morning so far. So Carlos, as always, has his list at the bottom of the screen. So you can take a look and pick from any one of those that we talked about. Or pick your own. We've talked about Intel. We've talked about Microsoft. If you think they're the better targets, then by all means, right? Take a look and we'll see what moves. All right. We now have 2.5 minutes till this market open. I am truly hoping that we're going to have a banner day today. I'm really hoping that we're going to have a great trading session and a great trading opportunity. So we'll see if that is the case. Yesterday, Carlos, I was a little disappointed in myself that I just did not take an opportunity to that trade that you called out. It was a great one, and
SpaceX. Yeah,
SpaceX. I know, and I just watched, and I did not.
That was a good one, man.
Yeah,
did trade very well. Did not expect that drop, but man, it gave us a really nice breakdown here. So. Speaking of space, we haven't talked about it today, but this could be a good one too, as it's going on its second day red. Today's gapping up a little bit. Let's see what it decides to do here. If it's going to find some support. I know where you stand on this IPO. It's following the same path of many other IPOs have. But we'll see. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. So SpaceX. Good volume already this morning. I'm going to add it to my secondary list. I know I keep adding stuff, guys. I added Apple. I added SpaceX. But these are good. These are good things to keep an eye on, I think. So, and Oracle.
So we shall.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, guys. Patience. Wait for your setup. If you're in P Capital Bootcamp, you know exactly what you need to do. You got your trade book set up. You have your rules in place. All you have to do now is be disciplined and follow everything you have learned over the last couple of weeks, right? So we're well past the midpoint here on our boot campers, and they're doing amazing. So now it's time to put all that learning, all that practicing into practice, I guess, as you trade live. So cautious. All right, Peter, we're good to go. About 30 seconds in another 5 seconds.
Why are you so often afraid to put on risk? Is it the sizing issue? Just curious. I see you're not putting on risk. Yeah, humorous. It's a good question. It's the uh, again, it's the open trade. I'm used to much bigger, longer setups that I just have a lot of confidence in. And the morning, it's not about the same level of setups, and you got to sort of react on less data, and that's what I think hurts my brain. I've got to wrap my mind around it. So here we go. The opening bell.
And we are off, friends. All right, let's see where the action is. Where's my market atlas? Oh, market atlas, open up. Nope.
Where is the action?
Atlas, here it is. All right, friends, let's take a look at what's taking place. Um,
SpaceX is popping up here this morning.
yeah, SpaceX feeling a little bit of love. SkyYH also looking good pre-market. Let's see if that continues into the market open. As the bell has rung. All right, let's see here. SKHY.
Wow, looks like IBM's got a little more room to the downside here.
Okay. All right, SK. All right, friends. Spies feeling a tad weak as it's going and making a new low here. And everything kind of following suit at the moment. Let's go through our list. CLSK, NVDA, MRVL, IBM, PLTR going the other way.
IBM
Oh.
dropped nicely.
PLTR is going the other way. That's
Come
interesting.
on, IBM.
Oh, are you in, Peter? Oh, you're in.
Yeah, there you go. 121. Okay, I'm taking a partial here.
I
did.
it.
Well,
yes.
I got to admit, I was humorous. I felt like he was challenging me to take the trade. So, good. Thanks. See, that's what community's for. You guys helped me out. So I
There
did
you go.
take it. I took the risk lower. I got in at about 224. So that's a good $4 move now so far. 220. Oh, we're down another dollar. Let me take another partial.
Look at the weakness
Another
coming
partial.
in.
Wow, I'm surprised. I didn't know how much it had in it. So
yeah, and the SPY might help you here if you can make a new low. The SPY might help you. 217 is the level I have. That is the pre-market low.
Yikes.
Peter,
we are dropping like a rock.
Wow, that is beautiful. Did not expect IBM to trade this well. It's IBM. They're sluggish, They don't move. They're dinosaur taker, but look at this, moving very fluid. Ticker. Oh yeah, moving very fluid today. Wow, it's right at the pre-market lows where you're getting the bounce right now. 217.61.
Oh, I need a new book.
Look at that! Look at that! SPY's going lower. Let's see if that's gonna help you. It's trying to hold here. The SPY trying to do some stuff. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that go. Let's go, IBM. Let's go 216.
Oh, my
Peter,
God.
Tell me you're at your desk taking a partial. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Thank
216. You. Come on, 216.
You went quiet for a second. I know he did not decide to take a bathroom break now.
I was grabbing a new notebook. I was grabbing a new notebook because I figured I was well into this. I didn't get a chance to get stopped out. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right, I got to take another partial here.
Yeah. 214 is the next level we have, and that is a daily level. Let's see if we can get there.
That's much more than I was expecting.
Nice. When you can later, share the trades. We could show people. Not right now. So focus on what you're doing. PLTR back up. I like PLTR possibly long, guys. I think it not selling off here. I'm gonna wait for the 5-minute ORB though. I don't want to take it here. Although right here it could be a 1-minute opening range breakout. Like this is your 1-minute range right there. This could be it. But I want to see a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more, making sure that we are actually going to take the actual breakout. And if the SPY can turn around and help us higher, even that can be nice. So potential breakout on PLTR. I would love for it to settle above the VWAP here. But man, the SPY keeps going lower. Just keeps putting pressure. New low on the SPY. See, but this is a good sign for me. Like PLTR holding here is a great sign that the stock wants to maybe have a rebound from being down 4.5 today. I think that's a good sign. All right, and IBM small pullback here. Looking at PLTR, here's a 5-minute on PLTR off the VWAP. All right, guys, I'm going long PLTR. 5-minute opening range breakout. Here's how the 5-minute looks. Here's our ORB. 5-minute, I would like to get to the high of the day here. Would be nice. That'll be our first partial above 125. Atlas does look a little bit more bearish than I would like though. A lot of orders at 120. I'm hoping that they don't pull us down here. So let's see. Let's hope that that's not the case. They're far out from the price action though. That's like $4 away. But still, you know, you can put some pressure here. All right, let's see if we can get 125. 125. Come on, that's close enough. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I didn't have the montage ready. All right, hold on. Montage activated. Yeah, I hit. The timing was good, but the montage was not selected, which is something you got. There it is. Good. Okay. Partial there, friends. PLTR, another one here. Awesome. Okay.
Wow. You got into that fast.
Yes. All right, let's see if we can get the push here, friends. The next level we have is the highs and lows for the last two trade days coming up here. So let's see if we can get there right up here. Let's see if we can get 125.80 will be the next one. No, don't pull down. Hold the line. Hold the line. Tesla short. We did not look at Tesla today. Also, SPY is helping our move because SPY is turning around as well. So it's kind of hopefully helping. But we're hesitant here on PLTR right now. Let's see. We'll love another partial towards that 125.80 area. There it is, looking good on the move. Peter has gone quiet, too busy online shopping with the IBM profits. No, not yet.
Online shopping.
It takes a day or two to transfer money out. It's not that quick. It's gotta be a bit. Not yet. Oh man. All right, let's see. PLTR. PLTR is feeling a little bit sluggish here on the next leg. And I think part of the sluggishness is because it's not a whole lot of orders. Like if I'm looking at Market Atlas, it's not a whole lot of orders up there. So it's moving, but it's not like a big target. I mean, 126.50-ish. That's a couple of orders there. But you got some heavy orders to the downside. So this might be short-lived. I'm not sure. Not sure. Tesla. Let me look at Tesla. Let's take a look at what's going on with Tesla. So you guys mentioned it here in chat. Let's see what Tesla is up to.
The fun over on IBM.
I think the SPY is pushing up pretty strong here. So you might be setting up for reversals on some tickers. Looking at Tesla, friends. Oh, nice 5-minute engulfing here. That looks nice. I'm not taking it because I just noticed it now. I haven't done all my analysis on that. So, but 5-minute engulfing potential on Tesla with the SPY moving up. But I haven't even looked at Market Atlas, so I don't even know how well this looks. 1 minute. Yeah, see, 1 minute. 1 minute looks good here. Still could work. 5 minute ORB still could work. You got nice risk to reward of these levels, not the VWAP. But here would have been a much better entry. Like here would have been the entry for the actual breakout. All right, going back to PLTR, things are kind of feeling a little weakish here. I'm trying not to take another partial because I want to be patient, but I just don't feel like we're getting the move quick enough. So we'll see here. Now is the time to put in a green candle. Show us you mean business. It's not. I'm taking another partial here, guys. 125. In case the move is over. So another partial there, 125. This way we don't bring a lot of shares towards break even if that's going to be the cards that we are dealt here. The Adrian Duran, good morning, my friend. Good to see you. Wow. PLTR, you're such a, I'm happy. Why are you complaining? I'm happy.
Why are you complaining? I like how you're talking to yourself. Why are you complaining?
But it's like you could have done this before I took that partial. Like you could have done that then. But it is okay. Not gonna complain. All right, let's see if we can actually break to 125.80.
I'm gonna try and be patient now because I took too many partials too early. Well, maybe not too early, but it was moving so fast that I was jumping in with a lot of. Oh yeah, I did.
There it is.
I did put it on the screen there. So I just had too many partials too early, so I just wanted to wait now. We'll just wait and see. So
that looks great, man, because I don't blame you. It moved down so fast. You know what happens when you go down that fast. Sometimes you know it can tend to rebound quickly. But nah, man, that's great. Great trade.
Yeah. So anyways, we'll get back to
Awesome.
calendar.
All right. 20 minutes, 10 o'clock, right? We have the speech.
Well, again, I assume that's when the testimony is supposed to start. So I don't have a live feed for that. So actually, I don't. Let's see if I could find one.
I search it on YouTube or something. Another partial here, friends. What a great film, Mr. Interactive Brokers, as Andrew likes to call them. Nice. It's very rare you look at, hey, the line is here and you get filled up here. Doesn't normally happen that way. Baby. That is. Let's get the bulls in chat. That is very nice, guys. Let's see if we can get 126.20. Oh, man. Very, very nice. PLTR delivering today. Are we out of summer trading? It feels like it. Yesterday and today, feels different. I'm not sure about you guys, but it does feel different. We've been through a very choppy patch. It does feel different. SPY's taking a bit of a dive. A bit, nothing significant, but it's taking a bit of a dive. Has anyone analyzed his phrases, or is this his first speech? No, so I think he's being questioned, right, Peter? He's by the Senate, you mentioned?
He basically he's presenting officially his monetary policy report.
Yeah.
But it's always just an excuse for the House politicians to ask him questions, whether they're political in nature or whether they actually want some answers on policy, is debatable, right? Because a lot of times they ask questions that have nothing to do with whatever his statement's going to be. So I think his statements are going to be pretty fixed.
I
don't
bet
expect
he gets a question, Peter. Is Trump going to have a say in your decision making? It's not worded that way, but I bet every Democrat is going to ask something similar. How influenced are you by the administration? We should do a bingo card and see how many of these we get right. I think that goes on the bingo card for sure.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. How are you? I have a
The risk manager came to check to see how good it's going.
Yeah. What are you doing here? Huh? Yeah, it's good seeing you too, buddy. Yeah, welcome.
Nice.
Yeah, he's come for a visit.
Like, all right, that's enough. See ya. Is that you taking me for a walk or not? If you're not, then I'm out of here.
That's usually about it.
Come back later. Oh man.
Well,
Yeah.
hey, bud.
See, cats don't see you for a week. They just and just keep going. You go back to the litter box.
Yeah.
Cats, cats don't need you so much that they don't even allow you to tell you when they gotta go poop. You don't set the schedule. No. You get the litter box.
No.
I go when I want to. It's like you have no control.
Absolutely.
No control.
No.
All right, cats. Well, I'm telling you. All right, let's go here. 127. Can I get it? Oh, so close. So close. I think it wants to get it. 127. Am I taking partials too fast?
I don't know. I mean, how far do you realistically think PLTR is going to go? Like it's
right.
I don't know. I mean, IBM, like, hey, my trade looks like it's almost done here. It's going back up. My last few shares, I might make nothing off of it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I know.
It was a good trade. I mean, I got more than I expected on that initial move, so that's okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But PLTR.
And I just took a partial. I know.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm just wired that way, man. I can't just sit here and hold. I'm wired. I gotta take it. And I'm sure not the best way, but
I mean, yeah, this is. I mean, where is its realistic range? Maybe up here, 128.50.
Yeah, when I'm looking at Atlas is showing me heavy orders at 130, right?
Yeah.
I mean, does it want to go green? Oh, that's why 130. 130 is the previous day close.
Yeah.
That's why so many orders up there. Okay. Does it want to go green today? I mean, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Is it probable? I don't know.
Yeah.
You're right, because I mean, you're gonna expect orders at the whole dollar number. Yeah, it's not stacked and loaded all the way up to 130 though, is it? So
no. Every whole dollar number has a little bit, right? You got 30,000, 4,000, 9. Yeah. It's better than the downside, I'll tell you that much. Way better.
yeah.
So we'll see. PLTR reaching S3 to the downside. How would you interpret that? You know what? I don't look at S3, but clearly we're getting somewhat extended, right? So I don't have the S levels, right? But clearly we're getting extended here. And that's kind of like what we're talking about. Like, how much further up do we think this thing is going to go? I think we will see some sideways action, maybe back down to VWAP, but I'm hoping that VWAP catches up here to like 126. I mean, that's a stretch. And maybe that becomes a support. I'm still away from that, right? So maybe that's the play, right? We're far enough that we can probably hope for a reasonable pullback, as the SPY is not being reasonable on this pullback here, right to the VWAP.
Yeah, that was a good reversal candle, actually. The candle before this
was
potentially.
So
so
it's possible. And here's one of the things that, again, I look at this, and I think, Peter, you do as well. When we see the SPY drop like this and another stock does the complete opposite, or at least holds, to me, I view that as a strong signal for PLTR, meaning that, hey, we really don't want to sell off. And we saw that at the open too, like here. Look at this, the charts there, and then I'm gonna show you what the SPY did. The SPY was completely selling down, right? And PLTR didn't move. Yeah, it had one right candle, but it came right back up, even while the SPY was selling off. To me, that's an indication, hey, we don't want no parts of that sell-off. We're strong. If the SPY starts turning the other way in my favor, that can actually help this even more, which I think we got some of that with PLTR, right? So we're looking good right now. Let's see if it can keep going. I think summer trading is over. I love it.
I'm just going back and checking out all the comments. I appreciate all the love for Chunks. He's
oh, yes.
He's a great puppy. Anyways, that means my daughter's here too. You might have seen her in the door. She's like, "Come on." Shooing him out. So, anyways, all right. So the fam is showing up at the house. See, it's busy here. My son's in town.
It's the best. It's the best.
You got people going on. I know.
It's the best. What's Andrew's list? Andrew's list this morning: PLTR, MU, AMD, SKHY, SanDisk, and IBM today. That's
He
Andrew's
just
list.
he just shorted SpaceX. It looks like here at the VWAP. That's a bold short. I think
I
shorting it
like it.
above the VWAP.
Yeah, it's above.
I
You're right.
mean,
But it's
he's
turning. It's like a VWAP breakdown that's right on the VWAP.
yeah.
Um,
It does.
let's
I mean,
see.
he's not wrong. There's a lot of orders all the way down to 135.
Look at the
135
orders at
being the big,
135.
a
Yeah.
whole mass of orders
Damn, what
down at
is that?
135.
That is
But that's a ways away.
1.4 million shares at I mean, this
Yeah.
stock trades a lot. Though. It sounds like a lot, but if you look at the other targets, like you have 104, thousand at 145, so it trades a lot of shares. This thing.
The problem I think with that level is again, it might be a ton of shares again, as you said, 1.4 million down there, but it's not like on the way down at 138, for example, it only has 35,000 shares, 43,000 at 139, 28,000 at 140. So it's not it's not as loaded. I think there's not
Mm,
as much to draw it down. So I think that could be a hard short.
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't jump in myself, but
Yeah.
hopefully it works out for him. It usually does. It's Andrew after all. But
Max, how much do we risk per trade? Between 200 and 250. Sometimes I risk just $100, 150, depending on the trade. Right. So I gone down to 100, just risking $100 when the stock can move, $5. So it's all about protecting capital, and risk management. So on this trade, it's more like 250 because it doesn't move a lot. It's moving a lot because now, but we risk 250. And again, looking at it now, I wish I would have held the entire shares to 129, but easy in hindsight to do that. So, but yeah, great trade. We're hitting 129 here. We were talking about yesterday in our onboarding class that one of the powerful things of Dash
wow.
Trader Pro is the equalized hockey, equalized risk hockey. So good, guys, for new traders, anybody really. And then those have to be new traders, but new traders specifically helps them out a lot to understand risk and sizing. So I highly recommend you check that out. We have something similar with the funded account too, and our simulator and trading terminal. I think I'm going to take a partial here. Let's see. In trading terminal, we have a similar, well, not similar, very close hockey as well that you can use to kind of set
Right.
your risk so you're not risking more than what you should be per trade. So
Yeah. I would say
okay,
hold on unless it
yeah,
drops below 129, right? The
okay,
second it
okay,
drops below
I could do
129,
that.
take a partial. Otherwise, hold
Yep.
on. See if you can get the 130.
Yeah, it's a good idea because I was ready to take a partial, but you read my
Uh,
mind. You said that so timely.
there you go.
It's like you
See?
knew I was
There you
going
go.
to hit the button.
Yeah, we know you're trading.
Oh
I know
my
you.
gosh.
Getting the itchy.
Yeah, I'm getting
Oh,
itchy, but there it is. Below 129. I did how you
oh,
said. I
well,
took
hold
it.
on.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah.
All
I
right.
took it.
There you go.
I took it like at
Okay.
29.01. Take it.
There
Oh
you go.
man. But no. I can be very patient. Now we can hold on, see what it does at the 9, see what it does at the 20. So now we don't have to be as aggressive. I mean, I've taken a lot off
Right.
already, but still, great trade, man. Great trade yesterday. I love this market. Somebody said the market is boring. Are you kidding me? Who said that? No,
Are
no,
you
no, no, no,
kidding
no,
me?
no, no, no. Have you been watching us lately? Sure, on SpaceX yesterday was awesome. PLTR today, and that's just my trading. John's gonna give us a
Oh,
bunch of
look at that.
trades. Look at Peter's trading. Did you see Peter's trade on IBM? NVDA. We did not talk about NVIDIA, and that was also
Oh,
great short.
Carlos.
Um,
Look,
guys, we're
here's a rarity. Look at Andrew. Look at Andrew's trade on SpaceX. I don't know
oh
if you've got it. You can call it up there from the
yeah,
chat
I
room,
got it.
but
Yeah, yep.
yeah, that's a rarity for him where he actually got nervous and stopped out
He didn't
right
like what he
before the
saw.
drop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was
right
right. He
before.
was right on the
He was
decision.
right.
Yeah, he was right. He
See,
was right.
even the great and mighty Andrew sometimes can't hold on to
Yeah,
those
he
trades.
didn't
So
like it. But he
I don't
was
blame him.
right. He was right on the
Yeah.
call. All right, Fred. Wow. Look at the
Come on.
psychology here. Let's think about the psychology for just a second on PLTR. Okay. Every time I take a damn, you could say that word. We're adult short here, and
Yeah,
but
yeah, of course you can.
so every time I take a damn short, I mean a cover, this thing goes higher every single time.
Okay,
Like
now you're
look at
getting
it
the
here.
previous day close though.
Yeah, no, but now I'm gonna hold now because I've already taken off enough. Um, yeah, I should take some here. But it's like, look at this. Take a partial here. The next candle, hey, we're breaking a new high. Like, come on, take a partial here. Immediately, I took a partial new high. It's just crazy how. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it would be nice if it to hold through these, but you just never know when it's going to be it. All right, 129 friends. I'm probably going to take half of what I have here left off. I think
the market is watching you, Carlos. It's
out to get us, right? Like, no, we can't
well,
allow him
hey,
to make more money on those shares. Let him take it now. Oh boy,
you're making money guys. On it, so
I'm gonna take. This is a great run, and I know I might hate this, but I am gonna take half of what I have here left. And that's. I mean, I can't ask for anything more. I mean, as Andrew says, you don't need more money. You don't need more money, right? You don't need $1 million account. What he says, you don't need a. You don't.
Sure.
I forgot what he said, but it was so funny. You don't need a Lamborghini. You don't need this, and now he got the Lamborghini. He got this.
Yeah.
I love it. Love it.
He used to. He used to say that all the time, right? $750 a day. I don't need to make any more than that.
It was something like that.
That was it. Like, yeah, who needs to make any more than that? You could live the whole life, and it's blah blah blah. And he went on this whole rant, and I said, I remember that. I'll remember that one forever, because it's just. And I guess I mean, if you're not trading to make the more money, you're just trading for the challenge of it. Then you can do just that.
Yeah.
That's usually the best way. It's when the money doesn't matter that you tend to make the most of it.
Yeah. That is so true.
IBM is coming right back. Looks like it's just going to stop me out at break even. I was hoping for
Thank
more
you guys.
on the downside. There it goes. Okay, I got stopped at a break even, which happened to be just coinciding with VWAP here, which is interesting.
Thank you guys for all the comments. Hope you guys took it as well or anything else. But yeah, it was such a great 5-minute ORB. I mean, it was textbook. Above VWAP, everything just lined up perfectly. And yeah, it just keeps going. So what a trade.
Wow, and you were never in the red on that trade. I think it was green the whole time. So you and I both got lucky with our entries, because we were able to just hold on without any risk, really.
Which is nice once you get into a trade. Yeah, it's always risk, but it's nice when you get in and immediately you have that cushion. It kind of puts you at ease a little bit. So it's nice.
Oh, absolutely.
It's nice to do that. Yeah. Yeah, PLTR was amazing. And look, here's a stock that was red down all morning, and market opens up and says we had enough of this nonsense. We're going northeast, and it's just look at it go. It's just wow, man. And the previous day closes, not even a speed bump for it. Like, it's not even a speed bump. It just blew right through that. It's just wild, man. This stock is insane. This is usually the stuff that Andrew trades. You'll see this from me once in a while, but this is Andrew all day. Like with Apple earlier this week. And what was it yesterday? Yes, I forgot what it was. But, this is the stuff he usually catches. AMD, he's done this with AMD so many times. Today we got PLTR. So awesome. Let's look at some of the stocks we have on the rest of our list. MRVL, Choppy, NVIDIA.
Marvell, yeah.
Yeah, Marvell a little bit. I always have problems with those letters. It's the way I don't know what it is. MRVL. There's always an issue with those letters. NVIDIA looking pretty quiet right now. Sideways. Clean Spark did have a nice drop, but I think now it's just going sideways for the most part. SPY as well. If you look at the SPY, Good drop into the open, a little bit of recovery, and then just kind of really sticking to a range. It might just be waiting for the talks and the questioning today before its next big move. So be on the lookout for that.
Maybe.
What else we have? IBM did hit the VWAP, but it failed the VWAP breakout right now. So that drop is a little bit too much. And on our secondary list, Sky, no, sorry, not Sky, SK Hynix, great pre-market action and just didn't really translate to a lot of the market open. Apple, not a great day like yesterday, and it tends to do this, right? It's such a hit or miss. Today's a miss so far this morning. SpaceX did recover, and Oracle, nasty. IBM was definitely the play today. So, all right, friends. Thank you, sir. Yeah, both Peter and I, so some good trading today.
Yep.
So, awesome stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need the one, right? It's the one that works.
Is it a good idea to jump into PLTR now? The answer will be, what is your trade book on it, right? If you're just chasing, the answer is no. Even if it goes up to 200, the answer is no, right? But if your trade book says, hey, you have a play here, you're trading a previous day close breakout, and then this is your breakout, this is your entry, and this is your risk parameters. If you have a play, yes, it's a good time. But you just get in just to get in. You know, I've done that so much. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay over the long run. So, you know, what's the strategy, right? You got to have that.
So it's after 10. I got a live feed here. It looks like the testimony hasn't started yet.
Okay.
But it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. So
what's my stop loss on PLTR? Let's zoom in here to the 1 minute. I'll let you guys guess.
Oh, they're behind. That's why.
Yeah. The feed is behind, or the
feed just turned over to 10 o'clock, so it's like a minute and a half behind. Maybe that's on purpose. I don't know. But
are you watching on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's on YouTube, it's probably normal.
This is on the Reuters feed, so maybe they're also purposely delaying it because they're, it's on time for their paid subscribers and it's delayed for those that aren't paying, perhaps. I don't know. Like me, who's not paying.
But no, I think that's interesting. Because I think YouTube, you're going to have, well, not a minute and a half delay. You're right. That's more, yeah, I get that. You're right.
All right, so just be careful, guys, because again, that testimony might change it. I mean, look, not terribly surprised that the market overall. Some things have moved. Carlos and I each got trades on the stuff that we looked at, but just look at the SPY and the Qs, right? Pretty much sideways. I think it feel like the market's generally waiting for these comments before it makes a decision as to where to go.
Yeah.
So, and that would make sense, right? Market wants to see no real expectation, by the way, there's going to be anything sort of earth shattering, but you just never know, and that's why the market might as well wait. Like as remember when Eamon pointed out for today, we got a sort of a convergence of a whole lot of stuff happening, right? We've got the increased and new hostilities in the Strait of Hormuz. We've got we've got this testimony that's happening. We got the CPI data. All of the stuff is sort of converging to make the market probably a little more cautious than normal. So,
yep.
All right, I'm gonna just go say hi, Carlos, since my daughter's here.
Please go ahead.
And I'll be back in just.
Take your time, Peter. Take your time. Family first, my friend. No problem. All right, we'll let Peter say go enjoy his family for a little bit. That's what it's all about, guys. It really is. Especially as you get older. I know the young kids don't want to hear this, but man, spend as much time as you can with your family and your loved ones. I can't stress it enough. And you don't. I know, and we hear this all the time, but you don't really understand it until you have kids of your own, and to see kids of your own grow, and to see your parents getting weaker, right? So you really start to understand the concept of time and how fast it goes. So. Spend time, take pictures. If you have younger kids, make sure you don't just take pictures. Recordings are important. You might not watch them right away. They might not mean a whole lot, but recordings of them just talking yabba gabba gabba whatever, those are priceless, right? So make sure you record those so you can play them later and enjoy them. That's very, very important. So family over everything, guys. Money will come. Money shows up. Money problems come and go. Money comes and go. Don't stress over this stuff. Just let it happen. But your family's only one, and it doesn't come and go. I'll tell you that right now. It does not come and go. So get your priorities straight. All right, let's see what else we got here, friends. How do you partial? So a couple of questions I want to get to. Someone asked me, "Where was my stop?" My stop. This is textbook VWAP. I'm sorry, a 5-minute RB breakout. Right, it just happens to be near the VWAP, so I'm going to use the VWAP as my risk stop. Right, so never right at VWAP, always below. So my stop here was around 123.60. Let's call it 123.50 for easy math. Right, so here's my stop. Right, so we got a really nice return on this one. Right, a really nice return. Not by taking a boatload of shares, but by the move being so big that we got, right. So we're not risking a ton here, but we did get a nice little run that paid off pretty nice, right. So all right, what else are we doing? So yeah, you can watch it on either, I think on YouTube. Wash is going to be talking. It's not a speech. He's actually just sitting with the Senate, I believe. After you move to full-time training, trading, do you spend more time with your family? I do, but they're busy. Like, my kids are in summer camp, which they enjoy. So they're in summer camp. I picked them up, and we spend the evenings hitting the pool, or going to the park, or doing this. The weekends were definitely booked with activities and stuff like that. So I feel like I spend more time with them, but I don't think you need trading to be able to do that, right? I think you could do it even if you are trading part-time and have a full-time job. I think you still prioritize the time for your kids, right? So I don't think you are able to do that. And a lot of my family members, like I said, if I take off right now, a lot of them are working, right? So you don't really can spend much time between 9 to 5. My parents, on the other hand, I do spend a lot of time with them. I call my mom every single day. Every day I call her. She probably gets tired of me calling, but I call her every day. Right now she's in the Dominican Republic with my dad, so they're out there looking at their house. But I do spend a lot of time with them. They live nearby, so I'm always over there. What else? What else we have? What is the definition of break even? So break even is, let's say this would have not worked so nicely like this. Let's say that we would have taken a couple of parcels here. We took a couple of parcels there. My stop moves to break even, meaning my average price is where I'm going to stop. Right, that's where I'm stopping here. So it's basically protecting this profit. Right, this is something we learned very early on with BBT when I was a member. Man, just learning. And Andrew always gives us stop to break even, don't give money back, don't do this, don't do that. And and you don't do it right away because you feel you know better than the market and Andrew, than the moderators and anybody teaching. You feel like you know better, you're a smart person, blah, blah. So you tend to kind of be a little loose with this. Comes to break even, it's going to come back up, then boom. You gave back the profits and then some. Right? And that happened to me a lot because I'm a very optimistic person. It's going to work out, work harder. That stuff doesn't work in day trading. That doesn't work in day trading. Stick to the rules, right? Stick to the plan. So started doing my break even, and yes, boom, break even, make a little bit of money. That's okay. But that's more important to build confidence and also protect your account. So hard rule. I take a partial, I'm out at break even. Very rare do I say, okay, let's stick to our original stop. I will do that sometimes. If like Market Atlas is showing me something that's confirming my idea, the price action market, that's a lot of indicators confirm my idea is still in play. You can stick to your stop loss, but for the most part, break even every time. So that's what that means. Yeah, video and audio are important of parents and them talking. I take videos when they're just talking and don't know I'm recording. I take videos of them, and then they don't realize I'm recording. You're recording? Oh, you raised that? I'm gonna laugh at that when they're gone. I'm gonna enjoy that with the family, right? So, do stuff like that, man. You trust me. You thank yourself later. I made $2 more than I did last week Tuesday. Sweet progress. Hey, green is green. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Green is green. Like there was somebody earlier that commented, I think it was Elizabeth. She just finished her funded account. She did not get a huge payout, but she did not fall below the $2,000 threshold right after trading 90 days. That's a win. Like, that's a win. It might not be a monetary win, but that's a win. To trade that long and maintain that balance where you held your capital, that's awesome. I'll do the funded account again, right? Do it again. See if you can make, I don't know, $2,000, right? Take that $2,000 and start building your own account so you can start trading, right? These are very, very great progress. I mean, to be able to not fall and not blow up, that says you're improving and that you know how to hold an account. And if you did it in the last couple of weeks, the market's been brutal. So if you was able to hold your account in the last couple of weeks on the funded account, although you didn't make a big move, hey, you just proved that you can survive a rough patch. I mean, that is amazing. I don't know if Elizabeth is still on, but that's incredible progress, right? It's not always going to be making money. Just holding off and treading water is going to be incredible. So good for her. Good for her. That's great progress. Hopefully we see her do the funded account again and get a payout. I think that'd be awesome. All right, let's continue. What other questions you guys have? Friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube if you haven't done so already. We're sitting at 159, I believe. 500 cracks a free funded account giveaway. We're sitting at 338. So let's get there. I think we could do it. Let's give a free funded account away. We haven't done one this week. We'll love to do one for you guys. All right, what else we have? Tourette from the family. That's funny, humorous. Thank you for that. Carlos, how many R's do you average a month? I don't calculate by R's because I take a lot of partials. But if it's a good amount. It's a good amount. It's enough. It's enough. It's a decent amount. But for example, like here, if I were to calculate R's on this one, this would have been, let's say, 1 R. What are we looking at? Maybe 7 R's. So let's say 10 R's. I'm probably gonna make 6 or 7 out of that 10 R, right? Just because of the partially, right? So that usually tends to happen to my trading. I'm not gonna get the full R. This is still great. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy with this. I'm not arguing with that, but it's gonna be less than the full R because I'm taking shares as we go up, right? I still have some left, by the way, and this thing just keeps going. This is wild. What you don't want to do now is you don't want to change it. Oh, I'm next time I get into a trade, I'm not going to take an R into like 5, 6 R's, right? You don't want to do that because the thing that happens is this doesn't happen often. This is not the norm. The norm is this. This is boom, back down to VWAP, at least for me. So I trade for what happens more often than not, which is usually that you get about 2, 3 R's and then back down to the VWAP. So I protect myself for that. This is just extra. This is just beautiful, right? Extra stuff that you normally don't get. Identifying a rough market is good too. Yeah, identifying we actually had just last week, we had a webinar for P Capital members about market conditions. And it was last week or the week before. And we talked about the few market conditions, right? The choppy market, the trending market, and the news-driven market. So we went in on how the 5-minute ORB is affected by those different type of markets. And trust me, there is an effect to those type of different markets. So we talk about that. We prepare for it. You're never going to identify it on day one, and we got into this as well. You're never going to identify it on day one that you're in this type of market. It might take a couple of days, in some cases maybe a week, to realize, okay, we're not in the market we were before, right? So don't beat yourself up if you cannot identify it right away, but put it in your journal. This is what you're doing. What does an R mean? It's a risk, right? So for example, when you hear the term R to R, it's risk to reward, right? So how much you're risking, how much is the reward? So in this case, we're risking, let's say, $100 for easy math. That's 1 R. And then we're making, let's say, 10 R's. That's $1,000, right? And it doesn't have to be the amount. This could be you're risking $50, and this is what, 500? Is my math correct? Right? So the R is just how much you're risking to how much you're making. What's going on? Who's going to win today, France or Spain? Is that today? That's a good one. That's today, right? Who is going to win, guys? Who you guys think? They're both good. I think they're both good teams. I just want to see a good match. I don't, not too worried on who wins, but just want to see a good match. What time is that? Please tell me it's 4 o'clock, 3 p.m. Please tell me it's early. And these 8 o'clock games, I'm not into that. I'm into my sleep. Is it 3 p.m.? That'd be great if it is 3 p.m. What about England and Argentina? I don't know. It's another banger. We got some really good teams here. We got some really good teams. So, wow, everybody says France, huh? France for the win.
I'm back.
Okay, excellent. So tomorrow at 3 p.m. and today at 3 p.m. I love those afternoon games. Those are the best. Sit in the backyard, relax. Those are great and doesn't mess up with my evening, so that's good. All right, let's get this.
Doesn't mess up your evening?
I'm saying that I love these 3 o'clock games, soccer games. At 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. They're so much better than the ones that are late in the evening. You know, I like to be in bed early for the most part.
Okay.
All right, French national holiday today.
France, Spain is today. I forgot that there was one today. I thought it was just tomorrow. All right.
Let's see here. SpaceX on Atlas, sure. Let's pull it up. SpaceX on Atlas. Let's look at the charts first. SpaceX.
Wow. I should have jumped back into IBM short. It's going all the way back down. Came all the way back up to VWAP just to stop me out, and then it's going all the way back down. Oh my God! And look at PLTR. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're on mute, Carlos, if you're talking. I feel like Carlos is talking and we can't hear him. Okay. Is it me? Can you guys hear Carlos? What's happening?
Oh, no, sorry about that. Just had a call from my daughter.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure. You didn't look like you were on the phone, so that was throwing me off.
No, yeah, it was FaceTime. To FaceTime, and like I'm still live.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's reasonable.
So yeah. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, I still got something left. I'm still in here for PLTR. So yeah, PLTR. It's just incredible. Like, look at this thing, man. It's just wild how much has moved.
And that's a lot more than I thought.
Way more than I thought too. Yeah. Not think it had all that in it.
I could have taken another short on IBM. I just
did it reject off the VWAP? Oh yeah, look at that.
Well, it did, but it wasn't off the VWAP. It went through it.
No, yeah, it went. Yeah.
And then it came back. So I mean, I thought once it went through, it was going higher. But yeah, I was wrong. Yep. Andrew, I don't know what Andrew's trading right now. He's looking at Microsoft. I don't know that he's in anything. It's been a slow morning, I think, for him. Oh, I should go back and see what the testimony's doing.
Yeah. So here's SpaceX. Let me get the levels set correctly. I've been changing my settings up. Make sure they look good. All right. So here's SpaceX. I want to show you guys 135. Do we still have that many orders down at 135? Yeah, SpaceX is pretty balanced out. I don't see. I don't see a huge imbalance at the moment on SpaceX.
Well,
yeah.
I have to call this up here.
I don't see a big imbalance. Oh, am I on mute? I was on mute again?
No.
I don't think I was.
No.
Okay,
no,
okay.
We can hear you.
Oh, you found the plot. Make sure you're not delayed. I was on mute. That was a couple of minutes ago, actually, 1 or 2 at least. So Make sure you guys are hitting that live button to stay up to date with the stream as much as possible, because YouTube and X will throw you back. They will do that. All right, let's see if we have some questions here. We got some questions here. Let's see. I like this question here. Pizza, how do you get paid by barrel trading in relationship to your winning hours? It's a decent amount. You know, we get, me and Peter do get paid for our time. We're not gonna tell you we don't, but the trading is, you know, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. Now, I'll tell you this much though. I'll tell you this much. When I started trading, not part of BBT and everything else, I left my job completely to day trade, right? When you're trying to do that, because I get people like, oh yeah, I'm saving up to start day trading full time. I'm like, oh, no. Listen, the amount of pressure when you don't have any other income, the amount of pressure to make money out of trading can prevent you from being a good trader. I'll tell you right now, it can really prevent you from being a great trader. So we recommend highly start part-time. Keep your job, start part-time. If you have another income, keep the other income. I know traders that they want to get into this. Their job doesn't allow them to do the 9 to 5. You know what they've done? They started doing Uber. You know, because it's flexibility. So they could do Uber. Yeah, right. They could do Uber later in the day, and they can still focus on trading, but they got the income taking care of the bills, right? So I did it the opposite way. It put a lot of pressure on my wife. Eventually, you know, we started doing a little more income in some other places, BBT being one of them as well. That does help, but keep the job, keep the part-time job. It's going to take the pressure off. And when you don't have to worry about your income coming in on a monthly basis, you become a better trader. You instantly become a better trader because you take that pressure off, right? So you definitely want to do that, okay? You definitely want to do that. Though bottom income in IBM, NVDA VWAP, that was ages ago. What was ages ago? Oh, the comment. So let me ask you the plot. Were you behind, or are you responding to older comments? I would love to know if you hit the live button and now you are. Because I just saw your comment coming in. When I saw, Carlos, you're on mute, your comment just came in to me, so I thought you just typed it. All right, let's see here. I won't say, yeah, you could call it employee. Yeah, we not an employee. We don't punch in with a card. You know, you don't punch in on a clock. I won't say it like that. Starting with a side income.
We would absolutely say you should keep a job. Keep your job, right?
Yeah,
like,
keep your
again,
job, 100%.
Here's the general rule. I would say at least, and this is, whoa, what's going on here? I'm sorry, okay. I've got an ad coming on with the Kevin Warsh testimony. It's throwing me all off. Anyways, you should be making, over the course of an entire year, you need to have made more than you do at your job, whatever that job is, and not have spent any of it.
Yeah.
Because
yep.
Because if you spend it, then you could have expanded your lifestyle to need the job and the trading money, right? That's a whole different financial problem, but it's a trading related financial problem, because if you quit the job, then suddenly you can't afford the lifestyle you've created, right? So, and that's going to put pressure, which means you're actually going to make less on trading generally than more. So you don't want to do that. What you want to do is basically expand your revenue without expanding the lifestyle, such that if you quit the job, you're still in a good position, and you would actually have secured enough money to survive a whole nother year, because you've got the money that you made that last year before you made the the choice to quit the job. So all of that is important. Again, the whole objective at the end of the day, you've got to take the pressure off of paying the rent, the mortgage, the buying groceries, whatever, from the trading, because it just adds.
Yeah.
You won't understand until you do it, and it's one of those where everybody, so many people need to learn the hard way, and it's so problematic, right? When you sort of suddenly have to rely on trading revenue because it's so inconsistent, right? Because you're going to put all that pressure on every single trade. And guys, if you just watch Carlos, every trade, I mean, you're I don't know what your actual win rate is, Carlos, but 50-50 would be my guess.
Yeah, yeah.
And that
It's
means
close.
that,
Yeah,
and if you're putting all the pressure to pay the bills on every single trade, well, that's a problem because it's not every single trade that's going to win, and you're not going to
mm-hmm.
have the patience to hold the winners, and you're going to sort of make panic judgments on the
Yeah,
ones that start losing, as opposed to just let it ride. A lot of your best winners. I mean, today's an exception, right? So don't take today as the example. But a lot of times you got to wait for a while. You're sitting in the red for quite a while before it finally ends up paying off.
yeah, yeah. Think
So
of it.
that's
Think
just
of it as a side hustle. Don't
yeah.
think of it part time first. And there's a lot of traders in our community that are, they're making an extra 50 grand, an extra 80 grand a year. Let's say 50, right? Now obviously they've been trading for a while. They figured it out. They got a strategy. You can live with 50 grand in the U.S. Maybe in, I don't know, Guatemala or something, but not here, right? So you know, uh, consider it part time, extra money in your account. To do certain things. Why not? So start the right way and see where it goes. Now, if it builds to something more than that, well, you can say, man, listen, I for the last couple of years we've been crushing it. My job is actually hindering me from me going further into this and opening up other ventures and maybe getting into real estate, doing this, doing that. Now you enter a whole nother ball game, right? But start part time at first. Easy does it, and you'll get there. You'll
Yeah.
literally get there. So speaking of 9 to 5, Ben Paris, he's has his 9 to 5. He comes here early in the morning, trades a little bit, then goes to his 9 to 5. He's doing it right now in front of you guys, right? So we'll keep track of him and see how he does 10 years from now. He's gonna be running an enterprise and probably owning the company. Who knows? We'll be here,
Yeah.
or AI us will be here. Somebody will be here. It might not be me and Peter in bone and flesh, but it'll be a replica of some
It'll
sort.
be, it'll be our AI
Uh, uh,
stimulants.
AI agents,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's virtual us. All right. Well, you know, one
A
way or the
remote
other.
job, trading and a remote job at the same time does not work. That's very difficult. Because you need so much focus on trading, right? So it's got to be, hey, I'm doing it part time, but not at the same time my job is going, right. That's very tough to do. I agree with you. I agree with you. Mm. Exactly. Trading is keep it as a side hustle, and sometimes a side hustle can become the main hustle. you know, not always, but it can. If you do have a company in 10 years, I'll take you at a board member position. Nice. Who's HR at BBT? Peter. Peter's the HR guy. So I think if you send him an email to complain, the first it has like an automated
Yeah.
response. He has like an automated response is this one here. Immediately you get this picture back. So, you know, careful what you email him to complain about. You're gonna get the get off my lawn look. Oh boy, love it, love it, love it. But yeah. All right, friends. PLTR still holding some just to see what it does here. Not a lot though. We took half off here on this last partial back at the previous day close. Has managed to go green. PLTR actually went green after being down today, up 1.2 now. It's just wild when you look at this chart here on how it took off there. Gotta make sure Carlos doesn't offend us. That's right. Giveaway. Are we at the giveaway? We have 500. Oh, we're not. Are we there? Let me refresh. If we are, we'll do it right now for sure. I don't think we are. No, we're not at 500 likes. 379. We got some ways to go. Carlos, SpaceX looks like it's going down. SpaceX. Yeah, SpaceX is losing some ground here. Has the same look like it did last time around 950. This time going through the VWAP, coming back up and retesting. This could have been a good VWAP breakout. I'm late to the party now though for this one, but this could have been a nice VWAP breakdown here for SpaceX. I'm not sure how the Atlas does look more bullish on SpaceX, guys. It does look more bullish. I'm sorry, bearish. Excuse me, bearish. Atlas looks bearish on SpaceX. Is what I meant to say. See here the orders. What do you guys think? SpaceX to 135 before the weekend. I want to say yes, man. I think this is fulfilling the down IPO's prophecy here. We're not far from 135, but we're definitely defending it. Actually, even before. I don't know how close we are. We're even before then. We got pretty close yesterday. 136. Oh yeah. We'll hit this. We'll hit this if it continues. Oh yeah. Peter's on board. And Peter's been saying it for a while. I don't know what makes SpaceX so special than any other IPO company name that we've seen that does not fall below their opening price. You know, except Reddit. Reddit, this one actually did like a week though. Then Reddit took off. Opened up at 99. I saw a couple of days where it hit 99, but then since then, fairly soon after, just took off. So really, really nice. SpaceX 50 before. No, it's not hitting 50. I don't think. I don't think it'll be that bad. I think worst case like 90, 85. Like worst case 85. I don't think it'll go below 85. If it's really going to like flush. But you never know, man. Like depends on the market too. Like the market has a downturn where everything is going lower. That could change things, obviously. I made $10 away. Oh, I'm not sorry. I'm $10 away from passing eval. Should I take another? What's eval? What's eval? Should I take another trade? What's that EVAL? What does that stand for? Is that like your goal? Like your goal for the day? From passing your evaluation. What does your rule say? What does your trading plan says? I don't know.
Hey, Carlos, how did you know PLTR would not be sideways?
You don't. You know, if there's any, you know, and I know you know this. If there's any luck in trading, it's getting in the right stock that's actually going to move, right? What was the difference between IBM and the PLTR? There's none. They both look good at the market open for our entry. Although IBM ran, so it's not a great example because they run pretty good actually. But what was the difference from that one running the way it did as PLTR running the way it did, right? You just don't know. So yeah, it's you play with what you know. Like you take the trade based on what you know in your entry. The rest you have no control, and you don't know whatsoever what's going to happen, right? If I did, trust me, if I had just an inclination that we're going to go to the previous day close, I would not be partialing this strong. You know, there'll be a lot less partials here. But you have no idea how high this is going to go. I was happy. I was ecstatic with 127.50. You know, that's it. I'm feeling good. This is all just amazing here.
Really. The rest is gravy, eh?
It's gravy, absolutely. But I was here. I'm it's one and done. I love it. But you just have no idea. You just never know, right? But every time we see the same signal here, the way it looked for the 5-minute ORB, and the 5-minute looks great too. Like if you look at the 5-minute chart, look how clean this looks.
Right.
Love that. Look at that range above the V up on the 1 minute. I mean, targets high of the day, the first target. And yeah, it's just so clean. So every time we see this pattern, we're going to take it. It's not always going to work. It's not always going to run like this, but we'll take it every time. You know, the odds are more in our favor that it does work. Whoa, look at the SPY. Here we go. SPY. What did he say? He's going to reduce inflation. The cost of bread is going down. What did he say, Peter? Egg prices dropping. Something got the market exciting. Wow. 753. Shot right up. Careful if you're in trades, guys. This can change things very quickly. All right, let's see as the news gets dissolved into the market. How do we trade it? How do we trade this action? What's got a good risk to reward? So let's see. The pop is going to continue.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, let's see.
Busy day here today.
Yeah. No continuation on the pop, guys. So we just got the pop, but no continuation. Not anything. So big pop. Just flashed, but nothing else is really reacting right now. NVDA did. I'm not sure. He must have said something that caused the market reaction.
He's getting questions now, so.
No, Adam. When you see Peter freeze like that, he's handling stuff. So the connection is good because we hear him good.
Yeah, it's usually me just I'm just freezing the camera because I'm doing something that I don't want on camera.
Yeah, there you
go. Well, like when I ran off because the doorbell rang and the dog starts barking.
Yeah. Joe, you won the funded account last week. Congratulations, my friend. So don't email me because I don't have the money to give you. But what's gonna happen is, jokes aside, what's gonna happen is they're gonna contact you, and they'll set it up. So if you won last week, by this Friday, they usually do it weekly. By this Friday, you'll get a nice little email. Most of the amount, we'd love. What if? All right, actually, why do we have to ask you? I'll go right to the board. What amount did you win? Green is green. So, but good for you, man. Glad to see people in our community here on YouTube win. That is awesome. But yeah, you'll get an email from the support team, and they'll hook you up with it. So let's see how our. Oh wait! Oh, he got a free account. Okay, did I read that wrong? Oh, paying the fund you want. Oh, you're the winner for last week. We've been looking for you, my friend. Carlos at BabelTraders.com. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I thought you won the funded account, meaning like you need to cash out. But no, yes, email me, Carlos at BabelTraders.com. You won last week. That's right. And we haven't heard from you. Let me type it here. Make sure you're sending the right email. Carlos at BabelTraders.com. There you go. What do I think about MU? We can give another one away today too, guys. If we get to 500 likes, we'll give another one away. So congrats, Joe, on last week. MU coming up to the VWAP. We'll have to see, but you know what? It's getting tricky trading now with the SPY doing the way what it did. So just be careful. I'm not saying you cannot, but it is coming up towards the VWAP. You know, we love our VWAP breakouts. Another great strategy compared to the 5-minute RB that we do here. So it's coming right to it. We'll have to see how it goes here. The SPY reacted and jumped, but not a whole lot of other stuff actually jumped. Oh, Apple did. Apple did jump here. SpaceX, Oracle. Yeah. All right, let's see how our funded account looks here. What do we have? Alyssa, 51,000 in profit, man. That is awesome. That is beautiful. Shala, 37,000. They're still in it. A couple of pairs that we had here. Top payouts, right? 31,000. Kyle got his 10K. I think that's his third account or so. Josh and Guido. Awesome. Now who's in now? Current traders. Let's see how current people are doing. Tangmang, 18K. Hold it. Hold the line, baby. Hold the line. Tagore S, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, 14. Very nice. And Stefan W, 13,000. So doing pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Look at all the payouts. This is crazy. July 10th. Look at all the payouts. July 9th. This is awesome. Daniel, 6,000. That's amazing. Like, yes, it's not 10, but you know how great that is to make 6? You know? You open up your account, add that buffer in there to start trading with the confidence that you know that you can last 90 days. That's beautiful. 15, 11. That's amazing. All right, I see some questions here. What do we have? No pullbacks. Hashtag no pullbacks. SPY might be looking for another leg here. Let's see. You explain the logic of your setup for PLTR. So this is our typical, as I mentioned earlier, 5-minute ORB, right? So it's just our 5-minute ORB strategy. And we got a couple of videos here on our YouTube channel. We also got tons of stuff on the BBT channel, on the BBT website. So if you're a member, you can see all the videos I've done on this thing. But a 5-minute ORB breakout, right? So we had the breakout. Here's our 5-minute range. And we took it for the breakout. Now, we looked at the level 2, the volume, everything looked great. And the minute we got in, it just started to break towards the high, right? So also good risk to reward. Like we're doing it right at the VWAP. So sorry, not showing the chat. So we have a good risk to reward, right? So we're risking this amount here to try to get at least to these levels here. But hoping to get the break of the high of the day, which we did. And then we just partial into strength. But the strategy itself, the signals, is that 5-minute ORB breakout strategy. So if you want to learn more about it, in our education center at BBT, I have tons of videos on this thing, tons of examples as well that we go through. V just exploded. What is V doing? VVEE. Oh man, risky. Halted here, halted again just a couple of minutes ago. Did hit 38. How this thing came back from like 14 again, right? 18, yeah. Wow. And here is what it looks like. It did hit 35 yesterday, 36, and today it's trying to do it again. Wow. Less volume though. Look at the volume difference. 75 million yesterday. Today's only a little bit. So is that only 7 million shares traded? 7 million shares traded. Look how we're moving, guys. It's brutal. Are you able to see who won the drawings in the past? Yes. If you won a drawing in the past and you did not claim it, this is what you gotta do. You gotta send me the date that you won, right? The date that you won and what you won, and or just the date that you won. I can go back to the YouTube video and confirm that you actually won, right? So if you forgot to claim something like a free membership, monthly membership or something, or a funded account, send me an email and I can look it up. September 19th, I think you said Patrick. Oh, okay. We can check. We'll check. Send me an email because I have to check later. September 19th, that could have been a membership or a ebook. I don't think we're giving funded accounts at that time, but we'll find out, man. We'll get you set up. So send me an email and I will check on that for you. Hi, Carlos. Do we partial when we shorting a stock in the funded account? Hi, Carlos. How do we partial when we're shorting a stock in the funded account? Yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. Let me go to my funded account. And we'll do that here. Trading terminal. Funded account.
So Carlos,
yeah.
I'm listening to the questions here. We've
How's
got
it going?
Ms. Velasquez, who's asking a question of Warsh, and it's the question you were looking for. Do you commit to have an independent Fed and not be influenced by political objectives? So this is the indirect question you were looking for about,
Of course.
are you going to do what Trump says, or are you going to do something on your own? And she's like, asked the
How
same
did he
question,
answer?
like, well, he said absolutely, we're going to be independent. But she then went back and asked the same question like three different ways. So
Yeah, it's funny how they do it. Like, you think they're gonna slip up? Like, don't you think these guys practice this all night? And they're not gonna
yeah,
slip up on that. You know, they're not gonna say
yeah.
this is not. People watch too many movies. They watch too much. It was like, what's that movie? You Can't Handle the Truth, where the guy, Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise. What's the name of that movie? Classic, where the guy actually loses his cool and basically uh, puts himself at guilt, right? Few Good Men. Is it A Few Good Men? Oh, I got the names mixed up. I'm not good with names. Oh, Few Good Men. Okay, there we go. You guys, guy, yeah, okay. They watch too many movies. They think that's gonna happen. They think the guy's gonna watch. Go like, yes, I am gonna follow what he said. He's the one that put me here. Like, no, watch too many movies, man. Relax. Guy's not gonna answer that. All right, let's see here. So how do you short and partial on trading terminal? All right, so let's do this. Here's a trading terminal account. Let's go ahead and what's moving right now that we could take a trade on.
Let's do it. Oh,
Apple. What's moving quickly? NVDA. NVIDIA's moving. Let's go to NVIDIA. Let's take a. I don't want to take a short on NVIDIA, but we will do that. All right. So if we take a short here, so we're gonna go. Let's say a couple of 100 shares is good. We're gonna make sure this is selected. Okay, that's important. You gotta have the right stock selected, because if you click on here, see Tesla is selected. You see that? Tesla, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, and we're gonna go short. And there we are. We're short on NVIDIA. So we are 100 shares short. You're gonna see the short down here at the bottom. See, 100 shares short. Here's an unrealized P&L. Let's see if we can get to the view app. But as that's happening, we're going to come here. You see where it says number of shares, and we'll type in, let's say 20%. We'll do 20, and now we're going to go buy. Right, that's it. So you're going to buy 20% for 20 shares there. So there, we covered 20 shares. Okay. So we had 800. Now we have 80. And now we have unrealized, the new balance here. You go to history here, you can see the stuff you done, where you got filled, and how many shares you did at that time, right? So you can see your open orders, and you can see your history, so which is really nice. Let's say you want to put a limit order, right? It's very easy. So just click in here, market, limit. And I got to say, they have changed this. They upgraded this. This is very close to what you're going to see on Dash Trader Pro, right? And I'm not even going to go into the advanced hot fix key here that you have. This is also pretty cool. There's videos on that. We're not going to go into all of that, but it is pretty close to what you can find in a lot of the high-tech simulators, right? So take advantage. It's a really, really good tool. All right, and then if you want to partial some more, click on P. That's how much you have, right? P's positioning. That's how much you have left. But now let's say you want to do a limit order. So you do limit. You're going to type in, let's say you want to get rid of half now, 40 shares. You type limit, you come in here and put the price you want to get out at. So 205, let's say 205.75. All right, 205.75. Nice. Hey, good morning, sir. And
PX Technology is moving now.
How are you doing, brothers?
Good, man. How are you? Let me get in chat as well.
I know, yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay, chat is good. Go ahead.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
I fix it.
Hold on. What's going on? We got an echo.
Yeah, I do fix this. Good.
All right. So today That was such a interesting, entertaining conversation you and Carlos had this morning over banking in US. I love it.
It was good, right? It was spicy. It
Yeah,
was
we
spicy. I
got
like
going.
it.
We get going.
I always love that. Peter, as usual, against anything about capitalism, and Carlos
Uh,
defending capitalism to its finest. I love that. All right. So, how was your trading day, guys?
Great. We had a nice
Yeah.
PLTR trade. Peter had a nice IBM trade.
And
So
IBM, we're both one and done on the day. So yeah,
What did you trade on IBM? Short at the open?
I traded IBM short. Andrew went long on, Carlos went long on PLTR.
yep.
PLTR was nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
PLTR crazy. Like Brian called it, but unfortunately, was afraid of putting the trigger. So Brian, if I zoom in my here, so Brian called it as soon as you ripped through the VWAP and this candlestick
Mm,
934, that was
nice.
the Brian jumped in here. Or maybe after this candlestick. And I don't remember 93, 94. And I saw that as well. But for some
Yeah.
reason, I had a loss at the open and I saw this moving average here. There is a level here. There's a level here. There is, it was gapping down in that time, like 5% or something. And then nothing was in market atlas on PLTR. If anything, there was a big order at, in that time was 134, sorry, 125. And I said, oh, you know what, I'm not going to take that trade. This going to chop around. But,
Mm,
it turned out to be really, really good trade, going all the way to green. And I actually have a recording. So if I want to show you the recording, let me show you the recording at the open. So you can actually see that. Right, Carlos, go full the screen if you can.
yep. Yep. Got it.
So this is just before the market opened, and we were looking at it. And it did pop up. So in that time was 5% down. It did come above the VWAP, but really didn't do anything. So this is a replay the recording, guys. So you can see the time here, and I let me see. Let me bring the market atlas on it. So I was watching it. So it was 5% down, but I was looking at the market atlas AMD. So AMD had big order at 575. So that caught my attention, PLT AMD. So my first trade was actually um, AMD, but let me bring my charting on it. So I switched to MU, and then I came to AMD. So I watched AMD. AMD had this big order at 575. And opened strong, and I really like the daily chart on it. So I was hoping to get to this. So PLTR, I was looking at it, but again, so I went long AMD at 571 because we had this big order at 575, and I was hoping to break the high, high of the day. We did almost break the high of the day towards 575, but the orders went up towards 580. I didn't partial until they rejected that. I got stopped out here. So even though the market access was there, I don't know if you guys can see it, probably have to zoom in a little bit. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. But I got stopped out. Then after that, the PLTR, again, this is the one that I wanted to show you. So focus on this one and this one. So there was a big order at 125, but Brian called it here, right around here. But I just didn't take the trade because there was a big order to the 125 and there was nothing to the upside. So I said, this is going to probably chop me up like AMD. And then as you see, after that, it just popped up and I didn't go. So it still even went higher, but there was no order to the upside. So I said, oh, all right. So, and then I just looked at it and it's okay. It didn't have what I wanted. So that's okay. So now you can go back. Yeah, PLTR. But I did eventually turn out to be a really good trade. I did trade SPX calls. So I got really lucky on that. So SPX are pretty um, volatile. Essentially, they're option of an option product. So I went long at 11.10 and popped up quickly to 21. And I partialed mostly at 13.75, 15, and then I got out the rest here. And then that actually turned out to be all the losses back. And that was just exactly the time that apparently the Fed chair was saying something, and it did pop up at This was the pop. So I went long here when the SPY was here, and then quickly the volume came in. I don't know what it said or something, just huge spike on the SPY. And then that SPY turned out equal to this huge SPY on SPX calls. SPX is really volatile because it's the option contract of the option contracts. So it's really like leverage over leverage. So I made the losses back here at $11 to 15. So it turned out to be yeah, it turned out to be a good trade for me. I lost $8,000 on AMD, but I made $27,000 SPX, and I had a loss on NVDA as well at the open, which got lucky to got out of it. Yeah, so I tried to short NVDA below the VWAP for a green to red, but it just kept stopping me out. And it was a tough day. I mean, if you really didn't get the PLTR trade, it was a tough trade, tough day. PLTR.
Yeah, a lot of stuff was moving sideways, which again, with Warsh testifying, probably not a surprise. But yeah,
Yeah.
you got to find the right stocks, right, Andrew? Sometimes you just don't, and that's the way it goes.
And usually the best situation is if you don't get this, trade, better not to trade. Like for example, NVDA, I really tried to short it just because I didn't have anything else to trade. And it wasn't really a short here, just bouncing back toward the VWAP. And same as the SpaceX, I tried to short the SpaceX, but I don't have the, really any a strategy in this situation. So I better really not to mess around with it. If you don't have anything, just don't trade. It's just, it's the best not to trade. And that's why the community is good. You can have, conversation, you can ask questions, you can trade in a simulator. And that's it.
We were talking about that simulator trading. It's all good.
Well, trading is really good. You have this skill. Glenn, what did you trade? Glenn is one of our really good traders. PLTR, there you go. Glenn traded PLTR in the community. It's a great trade, so I can bring his trade here. It's amazing. Yeah, Glenn is making a lot of money recently. So that's a really, really good trade on PLTR. This is the Tinker and Swim, I think. Sorry, the Traders Workstation for interactive brokers.
Wow.
That's Glenn trading. It's really nice in the chat room.
Look at that trade. Yeah, it's a good one.
So is Fed Warsh? He's in Congress?
Kevin Warsh? Yes. Yeah. He's testifying for the House Finance Committee.
Oh, I see.
So, and they're asking him all the usual questions. Is he going to remain independent? What's his policy views? How's he going to be approaching it? He's, he's pretty boring in his answers, but that's what you would expect. So
they're gonna always give the proper answers.
yeah.
All right, so I think that's it for me.
Okay.
Wow, I got lucky.
There you go.
Microsoft is also recovering. It's interesting. Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Some people were mentioning Microsoft in YouTube, and I didn't think it would do much today. It's actually made a decent move. Not super aggressive, but slow and steady if you got in and took it to the long side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, as you know, I'm long Microsoft Leaps. So, I am long heavily on it. So 150 contract on Microsoft. So yesterday was really good. It was up, and then today it just gapped down, but it's recovering. So I like that. It's hard. This gap up, gap downs on softwares are scary, especially when you're holding these leaps. But I was hoping to hold this until 400. So yesterday I was up $200,000, but now it's just slowly recovering it. So I was thinking of maybe Microsoft because I don't want to hold it through earning. But I was thinking of maybe around 400 would be nice. If hold it up to 400, that would be really nice if you can get this. But the issue with Microsoft is, it has spent a lot of money on, AI infrastructure. So it's essentially a hyperscaler now. So they call them hyperscaler, the companies that are providing significant amount of AI infrastructure. They are eventually recovering the money that they're spending, like Oracle, Microsoft, Google. But the question is, they're under pressure on their free cash flow because they have to heavily invest. So Dr. Michael Berry, who did a big short, his idea is that the companies like MU or NVDA, they're trading at a very big premium because right now, they have a lot of orders. There's a lot of earnings coming. And Microsoft is under pressure because they're spending a lot of money. So these guys have a lot of revenue. These guys have, spending a lot of money. But the idea here is that eventually this balance is to change. NVIDIA and MU cannot have increased revenue forever because they are at the peak of their earning. Because a lot of people are ordering NVIDIA chips and MU memory, but the infrastructure is not ready yet. The moment that infrastructure is getting ready, the orders are going to come down until they, retire those chips and servers. So their revenue is coming down, and then they start making revenue. So eventually, these two cannot be, at the same time. It's impossible that the revenue of Microsoft goes up and the revenue of MU and NVIDIA continues to go higher. Because if these guys start making money through the, AI infrastructure, then they don't order as much as chips for MU and NVDA. But there are some flaws also in this concept as well, because the orders can continue going toward, maybe Europeans start building the AI infrastructure, Middle East kingdoms they are doing. So they may start making money, but these guys, can continue to sell because the competition start ordering from them, which also causes to impact their revenue. If more and more people build AI infrastructure, the tokens become cheaper. The problem with Dr. Michael Berry is that his theories are good for the long term, but also there's some flaws in it. So the housing market bubble could go for another 2 years if they, manipulate the regulation or adjustable rates and everything. He could blow up until things go in there. So all of his theories are a little bit fundamentally true, but it can drag for, because essentially this, accounting malpractice, that's, very common. So a lot of time, like for example, Microsoft is putting a lot of this cost that it does on the servers, on the accounting, it starts, depreciating that, but Meta doesn't. Meta doesn't depreciate them. That's why the Meta's earning is, boosted because they haven't started depreciating all of this cost, but Microsoft has. So again, this is a completely different accounting choice, and they can manipulate this for some time until, things start blowing up. Anyways, I know Kyle and Eamon are here, and
Hey, Andrew.
They
Hey,
are.
Peter. Hey,
Good
guys.
morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon to you in Russia.
Evening.
Yeah. So all the best, guys. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I got lucky today, so see you tomorrow morning in the chat.
All right.
Thank you.
You guys have a good morning so far?
Well, I
See a
had
green light, Kyle.
I don't hear Kyle. Do you hear Kyle? Kyle?
I don't hear him.
Kyle, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, but he has a green background, so he's probably doing well. I can tell that. Let's
Kyle, we
see.
still can't hear you.
Did you guys go over the members trades, or shall we go over them during the session?
Yeah, go over them. I didn't get a chance to because we went right to Andrew, but go over them because they got some good trades in there, man. Awesome. Let's see if we can get Kyle's sound. Uh-oh. Kyle is plugging and unplugging, baby. Look at that. Uh-oh. What did he do? What did you break?
Oh my God! You wouldn't even believe what I
he's
just
back.
did.
Here he is. Here he is. I heard you.
Okay, so my headphones died, so I didn't even have my mic plugged in. I just absolute. I just throw up the Prescott fumble. That was just embarrassing. That was a bad one. I didn't even have my mic plugged in. I was just talking to nobody.
Well,
Anyways.
it's okay. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
As long as you have the headset, everything is good.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here now. There it is. Yeah, that was a big time fumble. That was yeah, and they picked it up and ran it back for a touchdown. Yeah, that's what happened there.
Awesome. Well,
thank you guys.
how
Yeah,
did you guys
anyways,
do today?
yeah, I had a good day on SpaceX. Nothing too big, just a 5-minute opening range on SpaceX. But yeah, I'm in a good mood.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Carlos, should I reshare my screen? Sorry, Kyle, to cut you out.
No, you're good.
One sec.
Mhm.
Alex, what am I cooking? I'm not cooking anything. I just had a trade on just on SpaceX. I didn't cook too much today. It wasn't an amazing day. Just a couple are, but hey, we got green on the screen. We're moving the dial in the right direction. So
Well,
it was a good day.
I agree. It wasn't a bad day at all. Let's start maybe with the member states because this is a segment that Peter and Carlos are usually going through, so we'll do it with Kyle today. This is John's trade, and John, guys, as far as you know, is a break of the high of the day trader. You can see that the high of the day was established within the first few minutes, recovered nicely, played it to the long side, and look at these guys. It might seem like this is a small move for some of us, but first of all, this was not small move. It was around $1 or $1.50 move. The second thing is that John is not having wide stop losses when he's getting into his trades. When he's playing the break of the high of the day, it's so rare that he would allow his trades to go to -1 hour. Once the trade starts going in his favor, he'd be moving the stop loss. So even though he missed all this move around here, risk to reward wise, he did really good. A lot of the members would actually be having some FOMO when they see that, okay, I left a lot of the table. But remember that you're trading your stats. If you jumped into the trade, if you made, you know that usually this is the type of move that you can get out of the trade, and that's what you want to get. You do not want to end for for more. And then he did another break of the high of the day, and look at these guys. Both times he actually mentioned volume. Every time he plays the break of the high of the day, you can see how the volume is increasing, which is an important indicator around for this particular strategy. And again, this is his stop loss. This is his stop loss. So risk to reward wise, he did really well. So that was an amazing trade. You want to go over this one, Kyle?
Yeah, this is Andrew SpaceX. Yeah, I think in the chat room, he said he took 100 contracts of this, and he even said he got lucky on this, but it was right before the news was released, so it spiked up. He got a couple partials. I think he ended up making about 22,000 bucks on this, but yeah, really good trade. Like he said, even like he got a little bit lucky with it, but hey, we're happy for him. You got to be good to be lucky, and yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't say that this is luck. I mean, just think about it. He look at this timing, consolidating.
He was anticipating it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it was consolidating for the whole hour since the market opened, and his entry was right at the breakout area. So we can say that he got lucky because the pop-up happened with the news, but technically he got a good entry. He did not just play it around here or around here or around here, hoping for the breakout. He had a good technical entry, and yeah, the market rewarded him slightly with the news, but that was actually an amazing trade. I love it.
He knows what he's doing.
Kyle, there you go. This one is for you.
Oh, there he is.
I think this is for you.
This is me. Yeah. This one, honestly, I put, ever since I've been working kind of more with Eamon, my stop losses have always been there, kind of at the range, but now I do the technical level. So I did end up holding this a little bit longer than I wanted to be honest. Like I was probably seconds away from getting stopped out, but then I at least covered the risk and then some heavy partials to the upside. And then there was a big order on Market Atlas at 143.25, so I held through that, and then it kind of whipsawed against me. I shared my trade with you, and we can go over it a little bit, but I got out before my break even, and then Andrew actually went short there. And whenever you're fighting against him, honestly, just get out. If he's going short, just get out. You never want to go against him. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge trade. But I'm up about 2 hours on it, so it was good. But the volume was good, and this is something I really learned from John as well. Like how you mentioned how he always goes on the volume. You really want to watch the volume stack up more like after the trade. Like I really should have got in, I think, around the 9:39 candle. I should have waited for a little bit more confirmation there. And then as the volume ladder kind of stacked up underneath it. But, it was okay.
Talk about volume a little bit, Kyle, because this is something a lot of people also mess up with when they are trading. When you open a position, the volume is not at this stage. This volume is high after the candlestick close. So how do you tell that the volume is pouring in and getting up before the candlestick closed?
And that was honestly like that was why I didn't love this entry because I like to see 2 to 3 bars of volume underneath. So after my entry, that next candlestick really did scare me, and I almost did got stopped out. It came underneath the 9 there, and I was like, shit, I should get out. And then the volume started to push up higher. After the red, that one there, that's where I should have got in there. However, as it started to stack on top of that, 3 to 4 volume bars after that, as it starts to stack up like the volume ladder, that's when you know you're in a good trade. And then after that, that's why, I was like, okay, now I'm in a good trade. Exactly. But you want at least, in my humble opinion, you want at least 2 to 3 minutes on the 1 minute chart of consistent buying volume. And that's where you get in on the trade. So my entry on this wasn't amazing. And it probably realistically it should have stopped me out, and it did probably stop out a lot of 5 minute opening range traders because it did retrace through the 9. But then and that's the thing, if you get out, you can just get back in with that volume stack up. So it wasn't my best trade, but it worked out. But I probably should have got stopped out. But the volume is everything on the bottom. The volume ladder at the bottom is what you want to look for.
Well, another way, guys, to do it is uh, paying close attention to the candlestick minute by minute. So you see how this volume bar is forming while the candlestick is moving. And probably on this candlestick, even though the volume was still not up here, you could tell that after 30 seconds, after 40 seconds, it is already sitting at the average or maybe slightly above the average. And when you see that, you can tell that, okay, right now, the volume is still sitting around its average price. We still have 30 or 20 seconds before the candlestick closes. So probably by the time the candlestick closes, the volume bar is going to be high. And that could be enough signal for you to pull the trigger, saying that the volume is there, even though technically it is still not there. As of the trade management, Kyle, I like it. I mean, I don't think there was much reason to exit out of this trade because we have the consolidation area. We have the break, and we know that after the break, there is also usually a retest before the continuation. Now, the thing about retests is that they do not always go to the penny, to the peak before the continuation. Retests could go a little bit inside. So this is kind of the range that we have on SpaceX. This is the middle of the range, and as long as the retracement is holding above the middle of the range, it is probably meaningful to stay in the trade. That's why I think it was smart not to bail outfit. One thing that could have been done better, in my opinion, just an add moving the stop loss since you don't need that wide of stop loss initially. But that was amazing. Well done. Love it.
Thank you.
And this was my
Who's this
trade
guy?
on
Oh, that's you.
IBM. Yeah, the name's familiar, right? I think he's a good trader. He's probably one of the best traders
I've
in
heard good
BBT. I've heard
things.
of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Beautiful
I
entry. Good Lord. Wow.
actually I was watching it because Peter and Carlos also mentioned it. Usually, when stocks are oversold during the pre-market, you cannot expect the market to open and for them to continue selling off. I mean, sometimes it happens, like IBM did around here. But how far is this thing going to run? If you take a look at the chart around here on IBM, you could see that this thing is already down over 20%
Yeah,
during the
wow.
pre-market alone. Look at the daily chart. Will literally gap down into the low of the daily channel. Like, how far can it go? There will probably be some profit taking for shorts. That is what the main reason I was watching it. Now, the difficult thing is timing the entry when you're playing these type of setups. Usually, I have three plans to playing these stocks. The first thing is this is the consolidation area that we see during the pre-market that happened after a huge sell-off. So my original plan is to wait for it to open, ideally break to the downside, recover. I play it long here, continue the move, I add around here, continue the move, I partial around here. That is my initial plan. What happens? This thing breaks to the upside, fake breaks, recovers, dumps. So my original plan has failed. Now it's giving us a 1 minute opening range breakdown. A lot of traders would be saying that the stock is weak, it had some negative news, it's probably going to sell off, they'll be playing it to the short side around here, they'll be putting stop loss around VWAP. But you could see that the risk to reward is horrible. You'll barely be getting 1-to-1. You're not even going to get a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. So while technically the setup is looking good to play it to the short side, it doesn't have much room to go lower. It is already oversold, and you don't know how far it's going to go. So I decided to ignore the open range breakdown. My second criteria to play the stock is a V reversal. For V reversals, there is one important thing. Risk-free trade. I want to make sure that the stock goes from red to green while being far from the 9 EMA at least 2 candlesticks. This gives me some room so that if it goes into the 9 and against me, I can cut it at break even. If it keeps going in my favor, then I can get a good risk to reward ratio. The ideal entry was around here, but I decided to skip this because I was not confident enough. I ended up playing it to the long side here. Added average stop loss. Stop loss is the low of the entry candlestick. Remember, stop loss could be the beginning of the move, could be the low of 2, but should not be tighter than that. So that was somewhere around $1 stop loss. Partial at 3R, partial at 4Rs, partial at 5, partial at 6, more or less. I think this was even 7. Yeah, that was around 7 hours approximately. But anyway, I managed to lock in somewhere around 5 hours on these trades. So that was basically it. Then we have shop. This is Harvey. We talk about Harvey a lot. I mean, he's probably going to make it into the team one day. Good trade for Harvey. 5-minute open range breakout, break of the range, played it to the long side, ABCD pattern, added to the position, rode it all the way to the
nice
upside.
Trade.
Risky ad, really risky ad, but you can
risky ad. Yeah, love it though.
see that he was looking for the final momentum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually amazing. I love
He
it.
got 5R on that one, I think. He posted that in the BBT chat room. That was
Did
about
he?
5 or 6R, yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. So he made somewhere around 5.7 hours on
Oh,
shop.
there
You
you
see,
go.
guys, these big hours are realistic because I can see a lot of people saying that it is difficult to make big hours, but you can see traders consistently making it. Valerie made around 4 hours. Harvey made around 5 hours. I made around 5 hours on this one. 3 hours around here. So amazing, amazing. Let's see what else we have around here. Glenn, another beautiful
Oh,
trade.
yeah.
Want to go over it?
PLTR was amazing. Yeah. This Glenn, honestly, like he's been a member in BBT for like 7 years, I think. But this guy, he is such an amazing trader. I think that, again, just a 5 minutes opening breakup. But look at the ads: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ads after his initial, and then partial all the way up. PLTR was an amazing call out. Brian called this out early. I know Andrew mentioned that in the chat room, but he got in at, I think, at the 5 minute opening range. This chart looks almost identical to where Brian's entry was. This is on a 2 minute chart, and I think Brian actually trades on a 2 as well. So I know our eyes are kind of used to a 1 minute on this channel sometimes, but the 2 minutes, it's not as bouncy, right? I know that's why Brian likes to use it, but we're all kind of used to the 1 minute. But yeah, beautiful trade. He rode this thing all the way up to 131. This was the gift I kept giving today. This was definitely one of the best traders. And Carlos, shout out to Carlos too. He took this almost identical trade too. So he had this on his watch list. And so I think a lot of people owe Carlos a beer at the next meetup. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, I like the 2 minute candlestick. The 3 minute also looks good, but think about it from this perspective. The higher the time frame that you're using, the more smooth it looks like, less wicky, less strappy. But the thing about higher time frame is that they have bigger ATR. The bigger the time frame that you're using, the bigger the average true range in this time frame, the wider your stop loss and the later your entry is. So you are going to increase your accuracy, but you're going to decrease your risk to reward ratio. Probably this is why Glenn had a lot of add into these trades, which is, by the way, an amazing scaling in method. The main reason I use the 5 minute chart, probably Kyle use the 1 minute chart, and a lot of other moderators or traders use the 1 minute chart, is it gives you precise timing for the entry with the tight stop loss, and you can end up having a good risk to reward ratio. You could use the 5 minute chart, and it's going to be even more clean or cleaner than the 2 minute chart. And obviously, the higher the time frame, the easier it is to trade. But the slower the setup forms, the longer it takes it to play out, and the smaller risk to reward ratio you can get. But well done, beautiful and Glenn. Another trader who traded PLTR. If I'm not wrong, I think this is a PCT member. Maybe I'm mistaking them. Because I know we have a Grinder also on Peak Capital. So beautiful entry. I think, oh, he initially started it with a short, and it makes sense. There is a resistance that he's marked. The price went all the way to the resistance, rejected it, came back into it, looked like a double top at the moment, so he tried a short. Realistic, good attempt, anticipating this to happen, but it went against him and it broke. He got stopped out at this stage. And you see, he did not revenge trade it. He did not play to the short side around here. Did not instantly flip. He waited to see what is going to happen. And what happens? It breaks the range, and we know the market stages. Range, breakout, retest before the trend. And you see what happened? What happened here? He did not chase it long. He waited for the retest, and right after the retest, he ended up playing it to the long side. And beautiful patience, holding it all the way to the
That's
profit target.
such
That
a
was
beautiful
amazing.
trade. Yeah. The fact that he waited for the retest, like, it's only 3 minutes because you can see this is on the 1 minute chart, but having those patience, like Eamon just said, to wait for the retest of that range and then look like how many times he must have just hit that buy button 17 times right there. He's like, this thing's going. So that's a beautiful trade, Gurinder. Yeah, nice. I think he is inside of PCT actually, but
Yeah,
anyways.
I'm not just not sure because the spelling here is a little bit different, but probably he is. But
Okay.
anyway, guys, one thing to note is that yes, it looked 3 minutes, and you might be saying patience, 3 minutes. That's not exactly patience. It is patience. Why? Because he had a plan. He did not just simply play it to the long side because it broke and it got him stopped out. He knew that if the stock broke, it needs to make a retest. And if it retests, that's where he's going to play it. So if you saw this thing going up like this, he probably would have missed the trade, which is totally normal. He has a plan. The stock broke. He did not chase it. He doesn't want to chase it. It either gives him the retest after which he's going to make money, either it goes without him. This is the thing about trading. A lot of us here look at these trades, at these beautiful entries, good risk to reward ratio, good management, but you don't see what is happening on the background, what's happening on the trader's mind at the moment. You see the trade that worked, but you don't see how many trades are missed. Why are they missed? They're missed because they don't meet the entry criteria. And probably one of the biggest and the most difficult things to do is not to take a trade. Whenever I take a trade, I share it. I share it, all my trades almost every single day with all the members, winners and losers. But I do not share the trades that I skipped and the trades that I did not take. Why is that? Because it's meaningless. I mean, I missed it, I missed it. I skipped it, I skipped it. It just did not set up, so who cares about it? But there are a lot of trades that I'm actually missing, and sometimes it saves me a lot of money because I know that by avoiding to take this trade, I avoid a loss, and sometimes I miss a win. But I don't care about that because I know that trading is a longer term game, and you want to make sure that you're making money in the long run.
How long did it take you to get to that mindset where you knew, like, where you just wouldn't take the trade? Was that something you adapted pretty early on? Like, if it doesn't set up, like, I mean, with your track record, obviously, like you're a doctor and you're very well educated. Obviously, that goes without being said, and an author, I may add these days. But like, if it doesn't set up, like, in your first like 2 to 3 years of trading, would you find yourself still taking that trade?
It took me maybe 5 years to actually
Mm-hmm.
believe in this. We
Right.
know that that's what we need to do. If you ask anyone how many trades should you take a day, they tell you maybe somewhere around 3 trades, somewhere around two trades. If you tell them what is the secret to success in trading, they'll tell you following the process and sticking to your rules, right? If you tell them what is your loss per trade, they'll tell you it's -1 hour and that's the fixed dollar risk. How many hours do you need to make per trade? They'll tell you around 2 or 3 hours, and that's what we need to target. Are you doing everything that you're telling me right now? They'll be like, I'm trying to. I know that that's what's supposed to be done, but it's difficult to do it. So it takes time for it to actually click and to believe in these thesis. And it took me somewhere around 5 years to follow it religiously. I'm not going to say that for 5 years I was breaking all the rules and I was doing really bad. I was building my discipline. One time I used to break the rules multiple times a week, then it's just a couple of times per week, then maybe it's around one time a week, then it's just 1 or 2 times per month, and then this distance in between me breaking the rules kept increasing and increasing and increasing. So yeah, it takes some time, and it took me a few years. I'd say that if you have a mentor, if you have a trading buddy, if you have a community, it's easier to stick to your rules. And
Mm-hmm.
trading is possible. Anybody can make trading on their own. I'm not gonna say you're not gonna make it on your own. Literally any single person out there can become consistently profitable on their own, but it's going to take a little bit longer. When you're doing it with someone, be it even a trading buddy, it's easier. to hold each other accountable, to push each other to sticking to the rules, and this is one of the luxuries also of being in a trading community. You are around like-minded traders.
100%.
Want to go over this one?
What do we got here? PLTR again?
Yep.
Who do we have here? Milas, sorry if I've mispronounced your name. But yeah, again, just is there any? Did they go short there? I
No,
can't
that was
see.
actually a long. This was a long here
Oh,
and
I
a
thought
long here.
I thought there was a red in that consolidation. Yeah, so no, just another breakout. Yeah, really, and again, nice hold as well. This is something I've been really talking about inside of YouTube as well. Kind of when you were gone, it's just like once you get into the trade, make sure you at least let the risk be covered before you start the partial. So this individual obviously waited for probably about a 2 to 3 R before they partialed. So, I mean, beautiful hold all the way there. And this is the thing, if it's holding the 9 moving average with volume, look at the volume, right? Like we talk about at the entry, there was a nice volume ladder 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes of buying before they entered, right? So it holds the 9, pushes out, breaks out with great volume, holds the 9 all the way to the top. So really nice trade. So it looks like they probably risked around, I mean, we'll say 50 cents on this trade. So, I mean, they could have got probably a 1 to 3 there by the top. Yeah, beautiful. And then they decided to add. It held, it came back down, held the 20 moving average nicely, tested the 20, consolidated a little bit, but again, good volume underneath it. Yeah, beautiful trade. And then, oh,
Yeah.
they partial. I wonder what their partials are because you can see. So the first partial, I would say 25 would be my guess. Came back down, added just because look at how many partials there are around that 130 on the way down. You think they kind of like hammered their partials there to get out?
Yeah, it feels like they started getting out because it started getting heavier, started
Yeah.
topping out, which makes sense. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
One thing though, I mean, I like this trade. I love the fact that that Milis waited for the pullback, did not chase it on the way to the upside for a long. That Milis waited for the break before the partial. I like the fact that there was an add into the position that held it for a second leg. I like the fact that Milis got out once there became a setup, a double top or a lower high. One
Mm-hmm.
small thing to pay attention to is the fact that this whole trade, I can actually say that it was managed on the 1 minute chart. It was not managed on the 5 minute chart. Because if you take a look at the 5 minute chart, this thing just kept going higher and higher and higher, and there was no real 5 minute pullback on this trade. And this type of trading might work really well on stocks that grind and keep going straight to the upside on the 1 minute chart. But once you get stocks that make higher highs and higher lows, give you corrective waves, recover, reject the high
Mm-hmm.
corrective wave, and then they run. This is where this type of trading could actually struggle. And we can't find a stock that only goes straight up, because if we knew that and we knew which stock is going to just keep grinding up, we'll be buying it one time and we'll be adding on every single pullback all the way to the high of the day. So love the management. One small tip for the future is zoom it out on having one more time frame at least in your favor, and that would be amazing. Like, because this was at the entry around 10:05, and you can see how the 5 minute chart was overstretched. Now the ad later was amazing
Mm-hmm.
because you can see at least we had a 5 minute pullback, and that was literally the first pullback it had since the open. Even though it's small, even though it's not ideal, but that was actually this one. This was a little bit risky, but amazing. Well done, BBT members are doing great. As far as I can see, it was a good trading day. The market seems to be going well. We have NVDA spiking up, MU holding at the highs. We have AMD holding at the highs, representing PLTR, probably the winner. Energy stocks are selling off slightly. Yeah, I can see that the oil, I wouldn't say it's selling off. I wouldn't say that there are some positive news on oil, but we literally ran a lot, and this looks more like a pullback because we're still up. Right, previous day close 117. It's still above previous day close, so the oil is still high, and the market is not bad actually. Yeah, the market is not doing bad. We had these CPI numbers coming at 8:30, and we're at the high of the report, which is looking good as well. Well, good day, guys on YouTube. How did you do?
Look at SKHY right now. Oh my, this thing, there must have been something going. Look, this thing just shot up like $8 in the last 15 minutes.
It's crazy. I went to watch it. I wanted to
Ah,
watch it at the for a
yeah, me
breakout when it
too.
was holding this consolidation area on the 60-minute chart. That's how it looked like initially.
Ah,
There it is.
yeah.
And I was like, if this keeps holding, I would love to play the breakout on it. But the breakout happened during the pre-market with the CPI numbers coming in. Then it pulled back and it just kept going higher. So there was no real entry on this thing. That was the disappointing part. But looking good.
Yeah, it looks good right now, yeah. That's what's the Doge at 1053 on SKHY? What is that? Like where all that volume came in?
1053, you're saying?
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah. What is
This one?
that? Yeah.
It, there is no volume on it.
Really? Is that just a doji? Like why did it shoot up right after that? Hmm.
Oh, you mean this one around here? It just, I think it's just because it broke the high of the day. Look, if we zoom this thing out, this was the high of the day area. There it is. And it
Got
kept
it.
chopping around this high of the day. And at 10:55, there it is. It's breaking the high of the day. And this is the volume. Break of the high of the day volume.
Right. So John's in that trade, Mike's in that trade.
John,
Yeah.
the beautiful thing is that the volume started building up on these candles. So yeah, that was actually. This is what we call
Very
an
nice.
ignition volume. What's an ignition volume? An ignition volume is the first candlestick that breaks the range on huge volume. This is usually the beginning of the move. And when you are getting a breakout with ignition volume, you can actually use your stop loss at the low of the candlestick with the ignition volume. Good risk to reward ratio most of the time. Because even if it pulls back later, it would usually hold the candlestick with the ignition volume. For example, around here, you get another breakout with an ignition volume. So if you play to the long side around here or around here, you don't really need a wide stop loss. Just use the low of the candlestick with the ignition volume. And even if it pulls back, it's not going to reach this area most of the time. But it needs to be true ignition volume breaking a true range.
I love that ignition volume. That sounds badass. Ignition volume.
That's the market. The market's badass. Anyway,
Did you see
uh, mhm.
the photo I sent you on your Telegram? I sent you my trade too, but
Oh yeah, let me double check that.
of your son with the Sopranos. That's
This is
unbelievable,
what
eh?
Kyle just sent me. They just took my baby. They took my baby boy and just delivered it to the Sopranos.
Because we were saying when you first sent that, like whatever, a week ago, how he looks like he's like a mafia member. So I just put ChatGPT. That's such a good picture. He's drinking tea too. It's not coffee, right?
Yeah, it was tea.
It was tea. Yeah, we were chatting back and forth. Everyone's like, it's coffee. I'm like, no, it's definitely
He
tea.
wouldn't have drank it anyway.
Yeah, I know. It was you. It was for the picture. Great picture though. Yeah, love it. Um, what was I just looking at? SpaceX really did after it sold off. I mean, where Andrew went short. Do you want to pull my trade up quickly? You
Yes,
can see where I
yes.
got out of it.
So let's just pull it out. There it goes.
This is something I've been working on too, is just getting out once it starts going against you. Like sometimes you don't have to wait for it to come back to your stop loss, right? So honestly, as soon as Andrew's like, I'm going short, I was like, I'm getting the hell out of this thing. But by the time I think I had like maybe 20% left at the end of it. And as soon as it closed under the 9 there and the volume, there was 3 or 4 minutes of straight selling volume. I got out of it, but Andrew ended up going short around 9:46, I think. So,
Good
but yeah,
timing.
yeah, it was good timing. And that's the thing about some of these SpaceX, like this thing can move so quick. So like, I don't know. It's a very hard ticker to trade. I don't know. I've only traded it like 2 or 3 times, but the wicks can just, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Like some of the higher price stocks, do you feel like the wicks are bigger? Is there anything to that, or am I just overthinking it?
Uh, I've never thought about it. I'm not gonna say that you're overthinking it, but I've never
Okay.
thought about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I shouldn't think about it then. Okay,
No,
noted.
maybe there is something about it. I mean, I have no idea.
Okay.
I never thought about
Yes.
that way. Yeah. Said trade did HIMS. That's interesting. I mean, it has a good daily, tough
Yes.
60, but good job if you managed to make money on on HIMS. I don't know. It's
Hims.
not the easiest to be fair. I don't know, it doesn't look liquid. It was ugly. Gave a nice run at the open, so well done if you managed to make money on it.
No, the pre-market is just ugly. Like, look at the candles
Mhm.
on that. I mean, in my opinion, hey, you traded, you made money. Like, congratulations to you. You obviously
Exactly, well done.
saw
I mean, as
something
long as you
there.
stick to
So,
your trade book, yeah.
yeah, congrats. What's PLTR doing? It's still up there, eh? It's kind of consolidating around 132 now. Where's the range? This came up from how many days ago was this? January, February, March. 2 weeks ago high. So it came up, touched the 134, and then kind of rejected that. It's coming back a little bit. When you're looking at like the 60-minute chart, like if you look at PLTR, for example, when you see a huge
Mhm.
seller, what would that be? I guess the 7/8, that big seller that when it comes up and pushes through that, do you look for a rejection off of that or no?
Sorry, let me open PLTR.
Yeah.
On Atlas, right?
Yeah, like 134.
Okay.
So it came up,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of touched so that now the high of the day is now 134.06.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes up and touches that and it doesn't eat through those numbers, do you look for a parabolic reversal after that, after it kind of rejects that?
I used to try that, but it didn't work in the long run. So the
Okay.
thing about these big orders is that sometimes it touches it and it fills it partially, but the order is too big that it cannot pierce through it. So it pulls back and then it pierces through it for a second time. Uh, Sometimes it just instantly pushes through it, and it's totally random. To be fair, it's totally random. So I found that especially with parabolic reversals, level 2 and tape reading does not help. It's
Mm,
purely pattern wise. You look for a level, you look for an extended move, and then there are two type of entries. Literally only two. Risk-free entry when the price is extended from the 9 on the 1, or double top or double bottom after a reversal candlestick on the 5-minute chart. That works consistently well. And level 2 tape reading does not work a lot on parabolic
okay.
reversals. It works
Mm,
more on uh, midday reversals, where we play it on double tops, bottoms on the 5-minute chart with hourly confirmation candlestick or 15-minute confirmation candlestick. It works well on breakouts, trend continuations, but for parabolic reversals, I would stay away from level 2 and tape reading. I tried to find an edge around it for a long time. Did not end up well. Maybe if someone playing parabolic reversal and figured it out, let me know.
yeah, send us an email, please.
Exactly that. Would love to incorporate that.
Intel's
Uh,
climbing up nice now. I think it's a
Intel,
little, yeah, Intel had a nice little move after. Let's see, did it do a double bottom on a 5-minute chart?
that was beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
And it's probably going to make it to the high of the day as well. At least so far it looks good. We have a big order of 109.25, 83,000 shares, and big order at 110. So yeah, more bullish than bearish for sure.
I gotta ask you, how do you get trading terminal up on your montage like that? I try it all the time and it always closes down. I don't know why. Like as soon as I click on my screen, the atlas
Hmm.
closes.
You mean like this?
Yeah. Like when
Do you
I
know how
click
to get
off
it
of it,
like
it
this, first of all?
disappears. Not really, no.
You open Atlas on your browser,
Yeah.
then you click open in app. First
Oh,
show
that's how
install
you
app.
do it. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so Camilo wants to look for S for a reversal. First of all, good pick. I like the pick just based on the hourly chart. The stock is clearly stretched, did a big move, and looks interesting for a reversal. But looking at the daily chart, this is not a good candidate for a reversal. Yeah, we literally broke a multi-month level. This is the first candlestick after the breakout. Would be difficult to catch a reversal on it. Now, the good part is that we're not sitting at all-time high. The bad part is that we're not sitting at around any good level. But there is a decent psychological round number, which is the $20 area. Let's take a look at S on Atlas quickly. Is this low float? It doesn't look like it has a lot. It has bulks of orders, which is okay. Big order, $20. It's slowly eating it up now. And it is probably going to break above it. We don't have any imbalance in the level 2, so the level 2 is not bullish and it's not bearish. So if you want to risk it, wait for at least a reversal candlestick on the 15-minute chart. I would stay away from a reversal on this stock though. But you picked a good one. It's overstretched. It needs to pull back. It filled the $20 orders. You see this amount of shares? So it grabbed all the liquidity at $20. And the good thing is that after it grabbed the liquidity, it did not pop up. If you take a look at this PCX yesterday, when it grabbed the liquidity at the bottom, here, there was a big liquidity at $140. It bursted through it and it went lower. On S, it did not do that. It grabbed the liquidity and it instantly went down. So that's a decent sign that it could actually pull back or reverse. Still not going to trade it. Doesn't meet my reversal rules, but that's not a bad sign for playing the pullback.
Are you still in your Netflix swing trades?
Yep. I
You are?
am.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm down 10% on it, but it's okay. I'm still in Meta, which is up 20%.
All right, nice.
Since I got the bottom on it at 560, but doesn't mean that it's going to go higher. And I'm still in Microsoft, which is down around 3%, 4% approximately. But these are longer term trades, so I don't care much about them. This is the thing about longer term or swing trading. You just lock in your capital, you forget about it. Why did you exit ZS? Wow, that thing actually ran. Not bad. It's because it's not my type of trades that I usually take. I could see that it dropped a lot because of news, and we did buy it at around 130, 133. Yeah, somewhere around here. That's where I bought it. This thing made it all the way to 180. I don't remember when that happened. When did I play this thing? I forgot, but I remember that it made a decent move in my favor. There it is. Oh, I remember this now. There it is. So it gapped down on this place. We played it long at 133. It went all the way to 150, went against him, and I cut it out because it's just not the type of swing trades that I usually take. I love trading. I am bullish on cybersecurity, Alex, fundamentally, especially with the AI right now, making it easier to crack things, to hack things, to find holes. You can say you can call this way maybe. Definitely cybersecurity is going to be a thing right now, but I don't love trading or swing trading stocks that I'm not familiar with, that are kind of new. So it has good future, it has good potential. It could go to 180, 190, but not my type of trades. This is why I just instantly cut it out at break even. Netflix, I'll hold it through the loss. Microsoft, I'll hold it through the loss. Meta, and I'll be going for my profits, but not ZS. Crowd, when did they split?
Oh, did CrowdStrike split?
Oh, wait, that doesn't look so far ago, right?
No, this is recent. This must have just happened, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember in May 29th, we played ZS, and there was Crowd on May 29th. Okay, not bad. 2 weeks ago. Not bad, yep.
SPY's losing it a little bit here. SPY just lost VWAP. Q's rolling over just a little bit. You're not in any trades right now, are you?
Oh, I forgot to mention my Apple trade.
Oh.
Yeah. So Apple cost me 1.2 hours when I ended up trading it. So two stocks that I had 3 stocks on my list today. Apple lost 1.2 hours, IBM, which was a risk-free trade, and there was one stock that I was watching. What was it? I forgot what was it. Let me just double check. Where is today? IBM, Apple. Yeah, Baba. Baba was the third stock that I was watching today. So Baba, I had these levels marked out, 113, 60-ish, 114. The main reason I was watching Baba for a short is this move on the daily chart. We made a good move from 95 all the way to 115. Held it for 2 days, and now I'm expecting a pullback. The only downside about BABA is the fact that the 60-minute chart is sitting in a range, so I cannot just simply play the breakdown on it, and I cannot just simply play it in the middle of the range. So what do? I mark the high and the high, two highs that I have around here, and then the extreme high. These were the levels that I wanted to play BABA to the short side from. Unfortunately, it never reached it. My plan was to see it opening, reaching 113 or 114, and then I end up playing it to the short side. That did not happen. Apple was also similar. The daily chart had a good fake breakout. We had a good consolidation area at the resistance. We did break the consolidation area yesterday, and right after the breakout, it dropped to the downside. So that tells me that there is a fake break and that it could sell off to the downside. But I messed up with my rules. This is the low of the range on Apple, and this is approximately the high of it. Somewhere around here, we also have another level somewhere around here. So the way to play Apple was similar to the way I wanted to play Baba. Avoid the middle. Avoid the low. You don't want to short it right into the level before the bounce. You want to short it around the resistance or the next resistance. So probably a good short would have been 940, 946. I would not have gone for 940 because it had a break retest trend. 946 wouldn't have been a bad one. Double top around that level. These areas also look decent, and it could make it all the way to the low of the day and maybe sell off. And I think that if it doesn't sell off today, it's probably going to be tomorrow. So still worth keeping an eye on it. But that was not an ideal trade. Luckily, I managed to cut it out once it went against me. But we can still take one more trade today. Let's see if we have anything interesting. NVDA is going up. MU is going up. Alex, did you play IBM short? Congrats on the video. Thank you, well, Gamal. I really appreciate it. What happened on C? This looks like news sell-off. There was no key level that was broken down.
Oops.
Yeah, this looks like a news sell-off, but I don't know how to trade it. Let's take a look at C on Atlas.
See. That's Citigroup Financial.
Oh wait, those are the bankings. They had earnings today.
Yeah.
Wait, right? They had earnings today. Doesn't show much on the chart.
Citigroup CFO says the bank is still playing catch up in its equities, falling behind in overall stocks. Net interest, they're down 14% year on year.
You
Oh,
look for
wow.
a C reversal mix. Let's give it a try for a reversal, maybe, yeah. I don't know, going to be really risky. I'm not sure that I want to do that. Let's watch it for the next 3-4 minutes. See if it's going to be worth playing a pullback.
It says the bank posted revenue net of interest expenses $25 billion, up 14% year to year and above analyst estimates. It's interesting when they get good quarterly results, it sells off. Like, that doesn't make sense, does it?
You know what Peter said, banks, they always make money, they always beat.
Oh, yeah. They know what they're doing.
They always beat. And they always sell off after the earnings. Kind of pattern.
Operating expenses rose 5% to $15 billion. Okay, so I guess that's probably a bad thing, I suppose. Anyways.
Oh,
so
yeah,
try
it's
and
like
watch a reversal for it?
Yeah, I'll probably wait for a reversal on it.
Sorry, you were saying something?
No, I was saying like it's like JP Morgan. They also raised their expenses for the 2026. So yes, they are making money, but at the same time their expenses are getting higher, which is why we got that gap down. Ronnie is looking at Meta. You went short or long, Ronnie?
Jeez, Alex, what do you got? You're trying to get the number one crown in the chat room, aren't you, Alex? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12 comments in a row. That a boy.
A lot of activity. You shorted it at 658. I personally would not have traded it to the short side. Again, don't let my thought process affect your trading plan. But I don't like the fact that this thing has made a big move. We sold off from the high. You can see clear channel or a clear range. This is the low of it. This is the high of it, and it went straight from the top to the bottom. So there will be some profit taking around here. I'm not saying that it's going to squeeze, but it could make a pullback before the continuation. And the real question is, will you be able to survive that pullback if it happens? Bless you. So this is a bit tricky. Keep doing that, Alex. We like that. So see, wanted to play a reversal on this thing, but it just reversed. So
excuse me again.
Heard nothing.
I hit mute. How's your baby sleeping? Through the night or not yet?
He is sleeping during the day, but doesn't sleep during the night.
Okay. Are you on night shift duty?
I am on night shift duty.
Yeah.
I'm watching, turning on some series, turning on Netflix, and holding him to sleep.
Amazing. Those are the best days. I love that. As long as he doesn't throw up on you.
Well, I didn't do it yet.
It happens. It happens. PLTR doing nothing. What did Intel end up doing? Would you consider Intel, would that be a double bottom on the 5-minute chart on Intel? Like, would you consider around, so like 1030 would obviously be one. Would you count the 10, like whatever, 55 candle? Would that be a double bottom for you or no?
Yeah, it looks like that. It looks like that. It's not a bad one. Worth it, yeah.
Okay. So a good entry would have been around like 104.75 or so on a 5-minute chart?
Probably. Yeah, not bad. I mean, in hindsight, looks like it, yes.
Okay. In hindsight, yeah. It's always easier after, right?
Yep. Pramod, I was looking for a parabolic reversal. It already did it. Would be too late. Forget about the reversal on this one. Jeremy is saying they always sleep during the day. Yeah, I mean, they're doing it, I guess. He's bound to throw up.
They sleep when they want to. Yeah.
Well, can't escape. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain.
Come on.
Not going to complain.
On your Atlas, you use level 2 or 2 levels? Is that how you use it? Oh, yeah. Okay. I can see it on yours. Oh, like the aggregate. Yeah.
Oh, it depends on the stock.
Oh,
Apple, I'll be using 25. Baba 25C because it doesn't move a lot, probably around 2. See, so most of the time on stocks that are expensive, it's around 25.
Okay, noted. Got it. What else we have here? Alex, what are you trading right now? Should I buy now IBM? Let's have a look. IBM.
You see, it's too late. I mean, it could bounce, but the move happened at the open. The move happened at the open while it's volatile. Right now, it's slowly grinding down. It could bottom. It could go to the upside, but I don't see a lot of room on it to go higher.
Amen. First Citigroup, do you think a reversal for a bear flag? Do you see a bear flag?
On C? It doesn't look like a bear flag. It went to the downside and now it's just pulling back. For now, it's just V reversing, parabolic reversal.
Jerome is long oil. USO? What is that at now? Oh, wow. That bounced nicely. Back to 120. Well, hopefully you're long from, I would like a good entry again, 130. Or sorry, 1130. How many likes are we at here? 450? Nah, we're not going to get there. 452. Not bad.
Which one?
Oh, just our likes. We haven't been doing too many giveaways lately. It's all right. Our subscribers are doing good. We're at 647,000. Wow. Only what is that? 353,000 until the Tesla giveaway. What a great day that'll be for somebody. PLTR also starting to give up some gains. Yeah, PLTR. That was a big move in the morning. It's up 1.5%. It's probably going to consolidate around here for a little bit more until the afternoon session comes in my opinion. What do you see on PLTR?
To be fair, at this stage, nothing.
Yeah.
It could make small bounce before the reversal could continue going higher. So at this stage, literally no idea. This is the time of the day where we need to wait for higher accuracy setup. You probably want to see one side failing before you play the other. Like, at this stage, you don't know who is failing, the bulls or the bears, right? It went to the downside. Those are the sellers. Now it's going to the upside. Those are the buyers. But who's in control? You can't tell, right? You want to either see the sellers failing or you want to see the buyers failing before pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Alex, exactly. Wait for the volume after 12 p.m. Mm-hmm. Okay. What else do you have going on today, Eamon? You're doing BBT after this, and then what does your day look like?
And then I'm going to the gym.
Okay, there you go. Are you a runner? Do you like to run?
No.
No running.
I'm not a runner. I hate cardio. I hate running. It feels like a waste of time, a tiring waste of time because you have to run. You feel tired. I don't know. It's not me. I'm not gonna say that's bad or I'm against anybody who's running. I know that it's healthy. It's probably one of the healthiest things you could do. Going to the gym is not healthy. You literally ruin your joints. You hurt your muscles. You get all these rams. I mean, running is definitely healthy, but it feels like you get to that state where you are tired and it's stable. You just keep running at that same level of tiredness. No adrenaline rush, no pump, nothing. I don't like it. I honestly started doing it at some point and I decided to stay disciplined, to just run every day. And look, I'm not saying that I cannot. I can. I ran half a marathon and I never ran in the mornings, and I prepared for a half a marathon in one single month. Uh, I have the stamina for it, but it just that feeling that you you start running, you get to a level where you feel that tiredness or the muscle sore, and then it stays like that. I mean, until you finish running, right? It doesn't go. You don't feel good and relaxed while you are running. You just get to that level, and it holds. Run 20 minutes, it holds. 1 hour, it holds. I don't know. Do you run? Do you like it?
I do. Yeah, I love to run. I just did a half marathon with my kid actually, but like I like doing like 5 to 10 kilometers. Like the half marathons and the marathons are just like running for 4 hours is insane to me. Like with a good pace, like I mean, I use kilometers, like not so I run like a 4:45 or a 5 minute kilometer. But like running that speed for 4 hours is like insane. Anyone who runs like in the low 4 kilometers per kilometer is nuts. Like these guys that I was running this marathon with, it's a full sprint. They're sprinting for like my marathon time was an hour. Half marathon was an hour and 45 minutes, which was 4 minutes. My average was 4 minutes and 59 seconds. These guys are doing it in like 4:05. It's like a full sprint for the whole time. Like I do not know how they do it. Like I'm 40 now, so I'm a little bit older. But like, and these guys are whatever, 25 to 30-year-olds. But like, even when I was that young, I mean, I really didn't run that much. But like when they're, because like on the marathon, like it's just one big loop. So they did like 15 or they did like 10 kilometers, and I had only done like 6, and they're full sprinting by me the other way. I'm like, how do you guys fucking do that? Like, I don't have that juice in me to do it. But I mean, congratulations to them. But yeah, to your point, I like to run like maybe 5 kilometers, 30 minutes. You know, you get a good sweat going. you get your heart rate up a little bit, but running that long is just
You see, even 30 minutes, I don't like. I decided to be disciplined, just run 3 to 5 kilometers, like not day by daily, maybe day in day off. But I just couldn't do it. And Adrian has a point. Yes, it's only training. You have to commit to train 3 4 times per week, 40 kilometers a week. I mean, I agree with you, but I think you need to enjoy it. You need to love what you're doing. I enjoy going to the gym. I would be going, I can go to the gym 5 6 days a week. I mean, at my peaks when I am feeling really good, I could go times a week. And I know that it's not that healthy because your muscles can't tolerate that much. You need to give it some rest. I mean, 4 maybe max 5 days is what you should do per week, and then take some rest. But I enjoy it. I really enjoy it, and I'm okay going like 6 times a week to the
It's good for your
to the
mind.
gym. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know that running is probably healthier, cardio is probably healthier, but I think you need to enjoy what you're doing. And same thing goes to training, guys. If you are in this thing just to make money, you're going to struggle because consistency is not going to come fast. But you really need to love it. You need to enjoy it. And if you enjoy trading, I'm sure that eventually it's going to work for any of you. And with that, guys, we can actually call it a day. We're coming closer to the 12 p.m. Eastern session. If you guys have any last question, feel free to ask. If not, just feel free to email me and Kyle.
Anytime with any
Ayman at
questions.
BurbleTraders.com, Kyle at BurbleTraders.com. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Exactly. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Eamon. Have a good day, guys. Take care.